Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Give me a 9 up in the chat if I can be heard, family. Give me a 9 up in the chat if I can be heard. Y'all see the title? Y'all see the title? All praises to the ever-present Creator. Yeah, the all in all, the always was, is, and ever shall be. The great I am that I am, the great Spirit. The ever-present Creator. Me and the Creator's everywhere. That's hard to fathom. That's hard to fathom for some. But y'all see the title, though, Macabee Presents. Been cooking up something for the fam past week. You know what I mean? Putting a few things together. So I might as well come on and present this. Macabee Presents the Creator or a Bloody Deity. Does your God require animal and human blood? This should be a good one. This should be a good one right here. I see y'all in the chat tapping on in. See y'all in the chat tapping in real quick. That's what I'm talking about. Let me turn down my notifications over on the phone. Get that cracking. What y'all been up to though? What's the word, man? What's the war report? What's really going on around these pods? Yeah. A few people may get mad today. You may spill your coffee. Warning. You feel me? I tend to jar a few spirits or two. I tend to offend. I love being a bird bad news at times. I tend to offend. You know what I mean? But it just know it's not coming from an evil place, man. That's just a warning. Warning. Hey. What I be bringing out may cause cognitive dissonance. You may start. No, that's denial. No. Code red. Oh man! Shout out to the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. Yeah. We love y'all too. We love y'all too. Warning. Man, good to see everybody. Shout out to the CGG, man, the Creative Gang family. FGK, false god killers in the building. Man, Creative Gang is changing the algorithm around this deal, man. Love and light. It's an honor to be on a journey with you brothers and sisters. Believe that, know that. All right, shout out to the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. Yeah. We love y'all too, man. Yeah, we love y'all too. Go holler at your meatballs and your passers and your naysaying uncles, boy, that drive you sound like they coughing up a lung when they coughing. Invite them all in. That boy Macabee is alive again and about to draw some spirits, man. Look, it don't come from an evil place, though. Believe that, y'all. Ain't nothing evil about it. I'm going to always set something off. You better believe it. I see y'all in the building. My bruh, King Kong Buddha in the building. It's the big homie, man. Boy, lift a whole gym up. Mayor of the west side of the STL, YAH'KI, Abdiel, Israel, salute. It's a real one right there, boy. Bronze, my east side brother, salute. Creative gang in the building. Yafa in the building. Yafa be getting on y'all nerves too. Y'all be hating on Yafa. Here she come, just, skipping through the meadows with the light of the Creator. Repelling all that darkness. Y'all be all right. DC Sniper in the building. Salute. Real one right there, baby. Tap in with a real one. Y'all like, subscribe, share. My Hub City of Compton in the building. Hub City, Ma. Tap in with her. Recipes, whatever you need. The gang in the middle of this raw thing right now. So, it's all type of recipes getting exposed and getting shared and it's all good. My brother Just Me, my brother in the back, we're going to start calling him the archivist. That's the brother that got all the recordings. You better believe the gang doing something, that brother got it recorded, boy. You got to go holler at the brother over the archives real quick. That's the minister of archives. The brother Just Me. Mahaya in the building. Dayton, Ohio. Flow Rider. All over this place, man. Plethora of wisdom. Also, tap in with it with the recipes. You already know. Bezel the oil, like, man, forgive me, bro. When I was in Atlanta last week, bro, I wasn't even there 24 hours, bro. I slid in and slid out. So please forgive your brother. You already know. When I skipped through there last time, I bumped into you. You feel me? It's all good, brother. Love and light to you, though, Bezel. You already know. My brother Keon Cooper in the building. Sister Tabitha in the building. Bless up, bless up. Love and favor. Reza in the building. Reza. Nothing but love for Reza right there. That's another real one. Salute. You, your daughters, your fam, all of them. Bishop X in the building. Love and favor. Darius Page in the building. Love and favor. I see y'all. Angelic in the building. Love and favor. All right, we looking pretty good, man. Y'all go tap in. Cosmon Cal TV in the building. Y'all go through, like, subscribe, share. Y'all tap in. Creator Gang TV. Like, subscribe, share. My brother Luke Shoe in the building. I gotta have you on here one of these days. I chop it up about some real things. You dig? Different perspectives. Leroy K in the building. Nazarena Scene TV in the building. My brother Jalon in the building. Y'all tapped in today. All right, look, I want to show something real quick. Y'all know me. I like to bring out the appetizer before I bring out the whole meal on him. You feel me? Hey, Jalon, man, you know what time it is, man. It's all good. All right, here. Let me share this real quick. Y'all see the title now. Macabee presents. This is a presentation. All right. I took my time and put it together for the fam. Spirited one, my brother KC in the building. Love and light, all right? Love and light. So y'all see the title. Macabee presents the creator or a bloody deity. Does your God require animal and human blood? It's going to be some hurt feelings. Warning. I'm just giving y'all warning right now. That's all I'm saying. Like what you thought you knew. Well, I mean, I know those of us that tap in, we already know. But hey, if you got virgin ears right now, warning. Warning. It's about to get, hey, look, it's about to get real, bloody up in here. We're gonna be forced to deal with, what we've been doing this whole time now. All right, so I'm sending the warning out now. This could cause cognitive dissonance, denial, hatred. It could trigger some type of hatred and all type of stuff, man. I'm just letting you know now. You know what I mean? Let me share this real quick with y'all, fam. Y'all already know. Something real short on them. You feel me? Bang. Check this out. My brother Yahweh in the building. Love and favor, all right? That ain't car oil. That ain't no water running down a dirt road producing mud. That's blood. Look at this. My baby in the building, Juju. You already know, baby girl, love and light. Love you eternally, girl. What that say? When the land turns into a large slaughterhouse, when rivers of animal blood run down the streets. Now, where y'all think they at on this one? Just guess, like throw it up in the chat. Where could they possibly be? Maybe they in Mississippi somewhere. Maybe they down in Mobile, Alabama somewhere. Maybe they in Illinois somewhere, or Oklahoma, or Tennessee. Or maybe they down by the Mississippi River, St. Louis, something like that. Where y'all think they at where all this blood is flowing down the streets like a river? Where y'all think they at? Throw it up in the chat. Where could they possibly be with all this blood? Dang. Hey, Cal, what you say, boy? New York. Oh man, let's see. Let's see. Where could they be? Hold on now. Well, wherever they at, they in some type of Jewish community right there. Boy, y'all hear Adonai, they singing it, Elohim. Huh? Boy, they got, is that a soda over there? That boy got him an orange soda over there right before he get to slaughtering. That boy got him some orange, got an orange soda over there on the grill of that truck. Look at this. Dang, what is he over there cutting the throat? Dude over there with the blade cutting the throat of the chicken. Hold on, cuz. Hold on. I'm looking at the soda. It ain't even tripping off what dude got in his hand. And then what is this heifer doing? Like what you got her bending down and is she picking a bird up over her head? Like what is she doing? That's weird. Dang, look at little Spielberg over there with his zeets on. Okay, hold on. Ooh, he cutting the throat on the little chiclet. Hold on, this is who? Oh, hold on, Cal P. Hold on, big dog. Hold on, this is when who? What's going on here? This is the Day of Atonement going on around here. Yom Kippur. Yom means day, and Kippur is really the lid that's on. That's actually the name of the lid that's on top of the Ark of the Covenant. It's an atonement lid. What the hell? Dre Day in the building, big homie. Bless up, big dog. What you say, boy, like some Santeria going on. This is when Jews celebrate Yom Kippur. Really? Let's keep watching. Again, warning. Y'all, that is not water running down a dirt road producing muddy sections. That's blood. Now we know if we talking about Yom Kippur, that we talking about biblical God. You can't get around that one. You can't get around that one. Look at all that blood, man. Look at that. Hold on, girl. And they look and they happy. They say, look, they cutting throats, they cutting jugulars, and trying their best to harmonize to who they call Adonai. Jamie in the building, bless up, sis, gang. That's blood. Get that? So y'all thought we just was, see, today we about to go ahead and bring it all the way up. Y'all think it's just, no, it's because the Hebrews and the Christians thought they could run their mouth and the gang was just gonna stand down. No, we just blew through all that, just exposed the deities and all that. You dig? We ain't on look, we ain't forgot about the Muslims either. A lot of y'all don't know about EID or Eid Kippur. Eid Kippur. Huh? A lot of y'all don't know about that. See? We about to expose the bloody deities everywhere. Look at this. And this is this ain't, those aren't Jews. These are Muslims. Muslims. Look at this. Look at that. It's just there running down the drain, you know. There's another day at the office. And like Donnie said, I bet the smell, boy, is horrendous. Look at the face of dude handing dude the chicken to cut up. Look at the little boy. He ain't even got no feelings about it. Look at him. Look at him. And this proves y'all they in New York. You see the squad car behind her? They probably in Crown Heights in New York. You know what I mean? The Jewish people got their own community in New York. It's called Crown Heights and all that. Look at this. Man, look at this madness right here, man. He about to cut that's either a goat or a lamb. About to throat him. Dang, what the hell going on? My brother Daryl Cosmine in the building, the Donatello equalizer. Y'all better stay away from Robert McCall, boy. You better, hey, man. Look at this though, man. This is on Yom Kippur in New York, the Jewish community. Look how they just slaying. And look, for one, Pete trip off all the blood running down the streets. Two, just look how they just so casually. And this is a little boy. It's a little boy right here. Look at this. Allahu Akbar walillahil hamd. Allahu Akbar. Just dismembered him. But that shouldn't be nothing, you know, that look, it tell you that in the Bible. We're gonna go over some of that today. Mm-hmm. Again, that's blood. Run. Look at that. The Muslims and Jews sacrifice to who? Allah or Elohim. Oh, man. Well, today you're going to understand where Allah come from and who he was working for and why that war is still raging on today. But, hey, the God of the Christians, Jews, and Muslims, all three, well, in a way, different deities. You know what I mean? Just Allah used to be the false Christ. That used to be his shooter. You know what I mean? He was his top general for a minute. We're going to get into some of it today. But either way, either faction you choose, Islam, Judaism, or Christianity, you feel me? You're still dealing with a bloody deity, not the creator. See? That's what really make people say, oh, no, see, I can't really deal with that. Just tap in with us, though. Tap in with us. Take your time. Let's chop it up. Shout out to my brother Lushu, right on for the super chat, brother. Look at that, man. I'm talking about head almost cut off the bull or the cattle. Look at that. Right? To appease the God. Y'all, they not doing this for shits and giggles. It's because the God commands it. You see? Do you enjoy watching animals slaughtered in Eid? E-I-D? This is the Muslims' high holy day. He said, yeah. Cameraman said, him said, yeah. Cameraman said, don't you feel scared while watching animals slaughtered? He shook his head. No, not at all. He's smiling, skin and teeth. Look at this. When you slit their throat, they don't feel. Now they're asking the Jewish people. Jewish boys, when you slit their throat. Look at this. And y'all, they're doing this because it's commanded by the God. That's what nobody is tripping off of. They're not making these rituals up. You feel me? Look at this. Oh, yeah. When you slit their throat, they don't feel pain. The way they do it, the knife is so. The way they do it, the knife is so sharp. Look how little Jaime about to try to break it down. Look at him. Boy's parents trained him well. Look at him. Listen. Look, come on, they don't feel pain. That sucker's still kicking. Still kicking. What you mean? Good night, boy. What you mean you don't feel pain? Look at that cow. Head about cut completely off of his shoulders. Still kicking. Look at this. Now he about to, okay, we got to, because the Bible does call Jesus Christ a sacrifice as well. Ooh-wee.
You're going to kill someone else to atone for your own sins? You're going to accrue more sins?
It's not a sin.
It's not a sin. So you're going to kill someone else to atone for your sins? You're going to add more sins? He said, nah, that ain't no sin. It ain't no sin to slaughter nothing innocent. It's brought in the Bible. And we know you can read.
It's brought in the Bible.
No blood. All right, that's it for that. Let me put this in the chat for y'all. Y'all can see that. Let's get to this presentation, man. Let's get to the presentation. Let me put this in the chat. Y'all can see what's going on, man. Yeah, that video right there is called The Lamb of a Bloodthirsty God. It's about 5 minutes long. But showing different factions and what they do and what they believe, man. You feel me? And man, it gets crazy. It gets real crazy. All right, let me go ahead and tap on in so y'all can see this presentation. Let me know y'all can see that. I should be able to see that right there. All right. Been behind the scenes cooking up something for the fam. All right. Macabee, Megaton Light Bomb of Creator Gang TV presents the creator or a bloody deity. Does your God require animal and human blood? Oh, man, here we go. Here we go. Warning. Warning. Hey, this presentation could cause cognitive dissonance, denial, hatred, fumigating, jaw-jacking. You know what I mean? It can get your blood boiling. This presentation can get your blood pressure up. So I'm just giving you, if you got virgin ears, you might want to exit stage left. You know what I mean? You might want to exit stage left, man. Serious business. You know, the gang don't come to play. And you know, we're gonna focus more on the presentations and all that anyway, because you know, as y'all see, it ain't nothing to run through and debate somebody on anything, but it's always better when we slow it down, right? Don't we always catch more? We always learn more. All right, look at this. All praises to the ever-present creator, the all in all, the always was, is, and ever shall be, the mighty and great spirit. In this presentation, I will prove the creator of all creation doesn't require the shedding of blood from mankind in order to pacify his anger. Did y'all hear that? No, he didn't just come on outside and say that. No, him didn't say that. Yeah, I said all that. I will prove beyond any shadow of a doubt that the creator of all creation does not require the shedding of blood from mankind in order to pacify his anger, in order to calm him down. Look at this. I will also prove that all acts of warfare and spilling of blood on the altar, better known as sacrifices and offerings, are not and were never required. Are not and were never required by the ever-present creator. I will show that any supposed dictate or command given by any God to any man was and still is the orders of a false and bloody deity. Headshot. Ooh-wee. OSP. What is OSP for anybody that's tapping in that don't know where a lot of the information that we be coming out with be coming from? Right here. This is the cover page. All right. It's a practical guidebook to the spirit life. All right, it's written in modern American language, so you don't even need no concordance to read it. All right, this is on the cover page. It says right here, you have a corporeal. Corporeal means physical, corporate. You have a physical body and a spiritual body. Hear me, and I will open your understanding. I come to free not only the physical, the corporeal man, but the spiritual man also. So look at that. What we reading is all about liberation, freedom, not just for the physical slave, but the spiritual slave as well. Shouldn't be nobody listening. They got a problem so far. Yet with your freedom, you also attain to what? Responsibility. So that sooner or later, your fidelity to your creator and to your fellow man in righteousness, love, and good works shall become the most sacred study of your life. I still ain't heard nothing evil yet for all you mealy-mouthed slanderers out there. Just can't believe that there's a higher light, that there's a higher light around. That didn't come boasting like it was holy, didn't come boasting like it was flawless or none of that. And out here kicking ass and taking names, like for real. Look at this. Your God does not come in this era as a dictator. Y'all heard that? But as your elder brother. So God is your brother, not your father. It's time to tap in. There's been so much confusion. Is it God? Do you worship God, Lord God, or Lord? Like, who you talking about? Are they 3 in 1? Is it 1? Is it 2? It's a lot of confusion over the years, man. How liberating is that to know, look, your God ain't even over here to thus saith and do it because it's written down. No. You know right from wrong, you call it. You ain't supposed to be in sippy cup mode your whole life, boy. Eventually, don't the training wheels got to come off eventually? Don't eventually you got to, put on your big boy boots? Well, it's the same even in the spirit, man. All right? It's liberating to know your God don't come as a dictator and that actually who you call God is actually a brother of yours, not the creator, not the father / mother, your brother. So when you hear us say peace to the gods and goddesses, we talking about y'all. Yeah. Because one day that's what you become. So basically you're a god or a goddess in training. Shout out to the GIT, man. Your God does not come in this era as a dictator, but as your elder brother with ample experience, plenty of experience. Ask your questions. But I know a lot of y'all probably will blow your drawers out if you heard anything about spiritual communion. Meanwhile, you can't help but do it all the time. Hell, if you're a big dreamer, what do you think you're doing when you're dreaming? What is that? You shorter than Cat Williams, but can dunk in your dreams. Like, come on, what is that? Yeah, it's you spiritually commune whether you like it or not. You hold conversation within yourself daily. Hundreds of conversations daily. Your brother, God, has ample experience. Nor do I command saying you shall believe because I, your God, have said it or revealed it in this book. Don't believe it just because it's written down. You heard me? Shout out to my sister Samisha. She was on Signet the other day. She rocked the whole conscious community when she said, yeah, I ain't bound to OWASP either. Nah. Now we fell for that trick. We ain't bound to nothing. If we run across anything that don't line up with the creator's creation, we question it. We ain't bound to it. That's what separates us from the average Israelite. They're bound to everything that's written down. And the law. I think Judge Dredd right here. The law. Meanwhile, none of them can even keep what it is they talking about. The law. Look at this. Nevertheless, through OWASP, light of Jehovah, the creator is revealed to man. And man is to judge himself. Yeah, judge yourself. Yeah. Don't spill your coffee. It tell you that in the Bible. If you judge yourselves, we wouldn't be judged. Why, when you hear it from somewhere else, you get ready to blow your drawers out? And man is to judge himself and labor and work to save himself. What's wrong with that? Don't the Bible tell you come forth and save yourself, deliver yourself, work out your own salvation, flee from the land of the north? No need to spill your coffee. No need to start gum bumping. No need. You ain't heard nothing evil yet. The creator saying you free. With this freedom comes responsibility. And yeah, you got to work to raise yourself up. Right? Follow the teachings of the great ones that came before you. Learn the character of the Creator, because that's the only way you can differentiate between a true God and a false God. A false God gonna come pump faking and commanding your tribute and praise and devotion. A true God don't want none, don't want your prayers, don't want your worship, just your brotherhood. That's it. Right? Inspire you to do righteous work unto others so you can raise up one day and take his place so he can continue to elevate. That's how that works. Labor to save himself so that by this he may have what? Honor and glory. Nothing wrong with you having honor and glory. You just not to be worshiped and praised and prayed to. For the will of the Creator is not for man to be forever led. So the Creator that didn't make you and put you and program you in sippy cup mode, boy. No, you supposed to mature, elevate, and continue to grow and advance and experience more of the Creator's creation. Right? It's never ending. Well, the will of the Creator is not for man to be forever led, but for man to ultimately have a light of practicing what? Evil, bad works, learning to put curses on people. No, it says so that, but for man to ultimately have the light of practicing good works organically, sincerely, not GMO, from infancy, from a short legger up. Do y'all hear this? So that's what we read out of, a lot. You know what I mean? We read it, we actually read it out of a lot of different things, but just to show y'all, we transparent over here with the Creator game. Transparent. Now I'm gonna put it right in your face and show you what we talking about. Book of Judgment, chapter 35, 23 through 25. I speed headshot. Behold, the Uzians have a custom of eating bread and drinking wine, saying like the worshipers of Bogdan God of old. So Bogdan God must be a false God. Must be a false God. And notice it's saying the Uzians or the world's people who engage in warfare and chew on animals, they have a custom of eating bread and drinking wine. Saying like the worshipers of Bogdan God of old, eat this, for it is my flesh, and drink of this, for it is my blood, signifying that this which they do was commanded by me, God of heaven and earth. Judgment, verse 24, judgment is rendered against this custom with abhorrence. It's abhorred, it's hated, it's an abomination. Judgment is rendered against this, the custom of eat this bread and this is my flesh and drink this wine, this is my blood. Judgment is rendered against this custom with abhorrence. Moreover, from now on, it shall be known as blasphemy against the Creator. Y'all see this? All the communion, all the toasted Passover and all that. A lot of us never knew that's actually a ritual that the worshipers of a false God was doing, y'all, roughly 11,000 years ago, 9,000 BC. Blasphemy against the Creator. Look at this, verse 25. Your God has never, listen to this, y'all. Your God has never commanded man to eat flesh and blood, nor pretended that bread and wine were flesh and blood, nor commanded them to be eaten in remembrance of the flesh and blood of any man born of woman. Bag drop, boy. What are we even talking about here? Everybody that's familiar with Bible know good and well what that remind you of. You already know who that remind you of. And again, liberation. Your God ain't never commanded you to even pump fake like bread was flesh and wine was blood. He ain't never even pretended that. Never commanded you to eat it. Never told you to pump fake like it was, nor for it to be eaten in the remembrance of any man born of flesh and blood. Any man born of a woman. See, remember I was saying warning. Warning. This could cause some denial, some cognitive dissonance, some fumigating at the mouth, some gum bumping, some resentment. because that right there is clear. It just made a clear distinction between the practice that we all grew up doing called communion and even what we continue to do during the Passover. That's what we do. Look at this. Look at this. Notice the character of the Creator versus a false God. Notice the Creator has never commanded nor pretended this to be true. So who are the worshipers of Bargan God? Bloody deity number one. Bargan God. Book of Sapphire, historical rites and ceremonies. OISP headshot. Look at this. Bargan God. Bargan God said, I go forth. All who follow me are of me. By will only is anything accomplished. I do that which I desire. Without me, nothing is done. My name is Mike. Listen to this little false little bloody deity. Look at this. And y'all, this is 11,000 years ago. Look at this. Bargan God said, fear is failure. I am without fear. I am the all S, meaning all spirit, incorporated on the low earth, having no fear. The all S gave forth having no fear. By this he created the creation. Like a lion, he goes forth. Like a lion, he goes forth. The sun is under his feet. Now we're dealing with the zodiacs, the lion, the Leo. Look at this. All this in origins dealing with a deity. Look at this. Like a lion, he goes forth. The sun is under his feet. So is the broad earth. Whatever lives or is dead flees before his breath. Even death comes and goes by his command. This right here is a tablet of Bargan God, origin of the astrological sign Leo. X12. Bargan God. Know then, you gods, I am descended from Bargan God, the all spirit of light and power. By him incarnate in me, version of the corporeal world. My what? Blood. Blood is fed by the souls. My blood is fed by the souls of men. Look at this. This is crazy. In the days before the flood of waters, my sire built a temple, 100 guin square. With what? Skulls he built it. You hear what this little bloody God is talking about? Man, they was building temples 11,000 years ago, y'all, and the walls of the temples were made with the skulls of his enemies. Right? This is the origin of the eat, this is my flesh, drink this is my blood. This is a false God that was pump faking like he was the creator 11,000 years ago. And his mortal emissary used to build temples to this God and build the walls from the skulls of his enemies. This is crazy. Look at this. Right here. It says right here, with skulls he built it and feasted on their souls, rising up in the firmament. Above the sun, companion of the stars. On the spirits of mortal slain, his spirit feasted full of rich strength till all the world bowed down and called him who? Master. It's Bargan God. Can I look at this, y'all? This right here is one of them temples. This right here is one of them temples right here. Think it's a game. And if you zoom in, you can see. Don't worry, I got another picture. I'm gonna show it right to y'all. Look at this. This right here says what? Temple of Skulls, distant view of the temple of Bargan God in YAH'KI, 11,000 years before the Cosmon era. So y'all, this is like 9,000 BC. Allowing a skull to be 6 by 8 inches, the inside and outside walls of a building that's described here will require 8,000 skulls. Do y'all see this? Now look at these. Let's get a close-up. Very close up on one of the walls. Look at this. And this is the cat, his worshipers, inspired his worshipers to eat, this is my flesh, and drink this is my blood. 11,000 years ago. And temples were built to this false ass God with the skulls of his enemies. And he was pump faking like he was the creator. He was pump faking like he was the creator. His worshipers used to call him the creator. And notice what it's called. Temple of Skulls close-up sectional view of what? Golgotha temple. Now, where Jesus was crucified at in the New Testament is called Golgotha. You can't make this stuff up, man. Look at this. Let's read some more. O root, the concealed cloisters from behind. All hail, O master. Man and chief of who? Blood. We come from the abode of flying wolves, lions, and birds, raised up in the Osk-Oe rocks, the sky rocks that feed the black earth, the thrones of mighty gods. Great Bagan God called us forth, for the clang of your battle axe shook the stars, saying, down, down, you gods, to me, Mother Earth. My holy begotten son, king of men, feeds his throne with dead men's skulls. There it is. Dead men's skulls. Behold, O king of men, these your valiant fighters from their birth are reared as brother gods. Oh, do not slay them, but teach them that he who would rule in heaven must begin on earth and send his neighbors bellowing down to dust. Look at this false deity, boy. Bring them before the altar, smoking in their what? Blood. And on the ark, let them mingle in covenant with the everlasting Son. The marshals now conduct them before the altar, where they cast down their battle axes and join hands, encircling the ark. From the east, west, north, and south, the high priest come forth out of recess. And I was going to the rites and ceremonies when you become initiated to worship this God. You see this? Come forth out of recesses in the walls of the temple from amongst the skulls. And the priests in twos and fours bear torches and approach the altar and the ark, chanting for the glory of Bagan God, the all-powerful creator of heaven and earth. They calling this bloody deity the creator. And y'all, this is 11,000 years ago, 9,000 BC. See, this ain't nothing new. What you got is new. Or what you got is what you know of recent, but this stuff go way back. This stuff go way back. This stuff go before there was even an Abraham. The master and the initiates take of their blood, which issues from their wombs, and mingle it together and lick with their tongues the co-mingled blood, saying, drink it in remembrance of who? Me. And of Bagan God, Messiah, the creator, doing all things for his glory. There's where you get to drink this. This is my blood. It was an initiation into the inner circle or into the rites and ceremonies and passages of this false deity from 11,000 years ago, named Bagan God, who temples were built to him with the skulls of his enemies. This is like, so again, we got to really slow down and trip out what we've been doing. A lot of stuff that we've been doing is just stuff that's been passed down without any type of questions, even though you've been had them questions. You've been had them. You've been known like, nah, bro, that sounds like some type of cannibalism. That don't even sound right. Look at this. And now the HICKMAN bringing forth strips of flesh from the thighs of those who were slain in the ceremonies. Y'all heard this? It says, and now the HICKMAN bringing forth strips of flesh from the thighs of those who were slain in the ceremonies. And they bring them to the master, and he puts the strips of flesh under his own thigh. And all the initiates put their hands under his thigh also. Dang, that's crazy. For this is swearing an oath by the thigh. And they say, I put my hand under this thigh, and I am sworn. I wish I would put my hand under another man's thigh. I mean, not that far from his thighs is jewels. Like, what is y'all reaching for? You know what I mean? Even the ritual sounds is just beyond suspect. What you mean, put your hand under this man's thigh? I know that's what they was doing back in the day, man. But a lot of that stuff be sounding suspect as all hell. What you mean, put your hand under his thigh? Well, that don't even make sense. I put my hand under this thigh, and I am sworn. When that is accomplished, the master takes the strips of flesh and eats some of it, and then hands it to the initiates, saying, this is the flesh of my body. Eat of it in remembrance of me and of Bagan God. For in what? My blood and the flesh of my body, I have established the Esau Agao or the church militant. Y'all, this stuff go back before there was even who you would call Yahshua walking the earth. It's 9,000 BC. Look at this. Over all the world, then the initiates take the flesh and eat some of it. Kohen, or the chief priest, write your names in blood on this tablet and swear by these bones and skulls. Now see this? Now here come the priest. You got to write your name in blood now and swear by these bones and skulls. Verse 15, initiates, on the tablet we write our names in blood, and by these bones and skulls we swear. Verse 16, Kohen and initiates, to keep sacred the oath under the thigh. Oh, oath under the thigh looking ass nigga. Man, a lot of you cats are suspect out here. I ain't even gonna call your name today. I'm gonna go ahead and let you be. But I think that's the new name for you niggas, man. Initiated under the thigh. Initiated under the thigh. How about that? To keep sacred the oath under the thigh. No grown man has any reason for putting his hand under no man's thigh, y'all. Come on now. To preserve the holy words of the feast of flesh and blood. Y'all see this? To keep sacred the oath under the thigh, to preserve the holy words of the feast of flesh and blood for coming generations, which would include the first century, when these things were supposedly said by Jesus. Y'all see this? They keep sacred the oath under the thigh to preserve the holy. Pause, man. It sounds suspect. To preserve the holy words of the feast of flesh and blood for coming generations, so that the light and glory of God, the Creator, may shine forever. Amen. Y'all heard this? That's a false God pump faking like he's the Creator and establishing a bloody ritual. You know what I mean? For his initiates to be accepted. All right. Now, look, this is just one example out of many where a bloody false God proclaims to be the Creator. Also, this jargon of eating my flesh and drinking my blood sounds very familiar. Even if the statements are symbolic, it couldn't be argued that this phraseology didn't birth the minds of famous cannibals from Jeffrey Dahmer to Izzy Sagawa, better known as the Kobe cannibal. Eat my flesh and drink my blood is cannibalism. Now, we can try to make it symbolic like we always, well, this doctrine is talking about. It's symbolic and yeah. But you know what I mean? You know, it's people that hear certain things and take it literal. So it can't be argued that this phraseology of eat my flesh and drink my blood didn't birth the minds of famous cannibals from Jeffrey Dahmer to Izzy Sagawa, better known as the Kobe cannibal. And there he is. There goes Jeffrey Dahmer right there. The Milwaukee cannibal. You should nobody have a problem with these men. Eating flesh and drinking blood, I mean, must be okay. I mean, you're supposed to eat Jesus' flesh and drink his blood, right? There go the Kobe cannibal right there. And this bastard is still free in Japan walking around. If the Creator of all creation never commanded the eating of flesh and blood on any level, nor commanded bread and wine to be symbolic of the flesh and blood of any man born of a woman, but we have a bloody deity commanding it to be done 11,000 years ago, if that's the case, how does the following scripture represent the ever-present Creator? Bloody deity number 2, Jesus of the New Testament. Headshot. I know. Let me go get some water. I know. It's so in. I know, family. Why you gotta go bring that up? Why you gotta bring that one up? Dang. You want to give me something to drink real quick. We about to have a lot of denial going on. A lot of cognitive dissonance. You know what I mean? It just is what it is. Okay, what the hell we got going on? Look, Hall. Oh, man. Who the hell? Boy, I hope that ain't you for real, little Carl. I'm not even about to give you no play. All right, look at this right here. Now see this bloody deity number 2, Jesus of the New Testament, headshot. John chapter 6, verse 52 to 56. The Jews therefore strove among themselves, saying, how can this man give us his flesh to eat? Then Jesus said unto them, verily, verily, I say unto you, except you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you. Except you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you. Whoso eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood have eternal life, and I will raise him up at the last day. For my flesh is meat indeed, and my blood is drink indeed. He that eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood dwelleth in me, and I in him. St. John chapter 6, verses 52 through 56. You can't get around it. I mean, I know the breakdowns are symbolic. It really don't mean. I hear you. I hear you. You understand? But that still doesn't erase what most people feel when they read that. Most people know good and well that sounds just like cannibalism. You feel me? Like like it's impossible for you to read that and cannibalism not skip across your plate, not skip across your mind. Like, damn. Right? It has to, because that's why you always ask, like, dang, what does he mean by that? I know it can't be literal. So what does that mean? Because literally speaking, he's promoting cannibalism. So it got to be something deeper than literal. It got to be something spiritual, right? You see this? Look at this. And there you have it. Echoes of the false god, Bogdan god from circa 9,000 BC. 11,000 years ago, found its way into the mouth of Jesus from 2,000 years ago. Remember, it's either the creator or bloody false deity. Whom will you choose? Acts 20 and 28. KJV, take heed therefore unto yourselves and to all the flock over the which the Holy Ghost have made you masters, overseers, to feed the church of God, which he have purchased with his own blood. According to the biblical narrative, right, the one who died and spilled his blood is Jesus. So according to Acts 20 and 28, Jesus is God or a deity. And his assembly or his body of believers was purchased by him, not with no Federal Reserve notes or no big head Ben Franklin. It was about his blood that he shed. That's supposed to be a human sacrifice. See that? Now let's compare and contrast the Jesus of the New Testament versus the Nazarene Yeshua. Source, Gospel of the Nazarenes, headshot. Look at this, chapter 33. By the shedding of blood of others is no remission of sins. See what the other teachings, the higher vibrational teachings, what do they say when it comes down to this bloodshed? Jesus was teaching, Yeshua was teaching his disciples in the outer court of the temple, and one of them said unto him, Master, it is said by the priest that without shedding the blood there is no remission. Can then the blood offering of the law take away sin? Excellent question. Excellent question. Can then the blood offering of the law take away sin? And Yeshua answered, no blood offering. Y'all heard this? No blood offering. No blood offering of beast or bird or man. No blood offering of beast or bird or man can take away sin. For how can the conscience be purged from sin by the shedding of innocent blood? Nah, it will increase the condemnation. So right here, we see a difference between the Yeshua of the New Testament and the Yeshua of the Nazarene in the same literature. He's saying no blood offering can take away sin nor purge your conscience from that evil behavior. Y'all see this? Look at this. The priest indeed received such offering as a reconciliation of the worshipers for the trespasses against the law of Moses. But for the sins against the law of God, there can be no remission, save, or except by what? Repentance and amendment, meaning you got to turn away from it and never visit it again. That's how atonement works. You ain't got to spill the blood of no animal, cut the throat of no animal. Nothing should have to die for you to get back in good graces. You know what I mean? No, it's all on you. He said it only can go down through repentance, meaning turn away from, an amendment. You know what I mean? Correcting what you did wrong. That's the only way it comes. Right? More, remember, we read earlier, you're free. You have liberty in the Creator. You know what I mean? But with that liberty comes responsibility. Now, you don't owe nobody nothing but to do good to them. You know what I mean? Straight up. Is it not written in the prophets, put your blood sacrifices to your burnt offerings and away with them, and cease ye from the eating of flesh? For I spake not to your fathers, nor commanded them, when I brought them out of Egypt concerning these things. But this thing I commanded, saying, obey my voice. Obey my voice. Obey my voice. And that voice, all of y'all have been in communion with since before you can remember. The Creator speaks through your soul. That's why you can read something in any holy book and it don't sound right. It's like something that goes off in your spirit. Warning, warning, warning. Obey my voice and walk in the ways that I have commanded you. And you should be my people, and it should be well with you. But they hearken not, nor incline their ear. And what doth the Eternal command you but to do justice? You see that? Do justice, love, mercy, and walk humbly with your God. See, simple, y'all. Like serving Jah is simple. It ain't what everybody, brother, you don't got on your seats. You ain't put on your phylacteries. You ain't spinning your dreidels. You kept the feast day on a different day. Hey, did you warm your food up on the Sabbath using the microwave? Did your woman come to class and she's on her period? Did you sleep in the same bed when she's on her period? What kind of sex do you have? Were you circumcised on the 8th? Like, look, man, look. It's simple. It's simplicity in dealing with the Creator. You see that? And what doth the Eternal command you but to do justice, love, mercy, and walk humbly with your God? Is it not written that in the beginning God ordained the fruits of the trees, and the seeds and the herbs Can't forget them veggies, boy. Can't forget them herbs. Beginning God ordained the fruits of the trees and the seeds and the herbs to be food for all flesh. Yeah, the Nazarene or Saint Yeshua wasn't chewing on filleted backs of animals. Totally different. Totally different. Look at this. But they have made the house of prayer a den of thieves. And for the pure oblation with incense, they have polluted my altars with what? Blood, and eaten of the flesh of the slain. Nazarene Yeshua like, nah, Jack, that stuff stank. You done turned the house of prayer into a den of thieves. You know what I mean? For one, you were taxing the people that come up in here, you know what I mean, to buy their sacrifices, and then you just filling and polluting the altar with just it's blood all over the barbecue grill. It's blood everywhere. We can't do nothing with this. What we gonna do with this? Look at this. They have polluted my altars with blood and eaten of the flesh of the slain. But I say to you, shed no innocent blood, nor eat ye flesh. Walk uprightly, love mercy, and do justly, and your days shall be long in the land. Makes sense, don't it? If y'all get some understanding, go ahead and throw me a vortex up in the chat, man. We slow cooking today. You see the difference? Spin that vortex if you see the difference between the Jesus of the New Testament and the Essene Yahshua. the Nazarene Yahshua. He wasn't about the bloody sacrifices, the warfare, the chewing on filleted backs of animals, chewing on loin meat, none of it. Just tell you all you got to do is love mercy and do what's right, boy. Stop being a misfit all your damn life. Do something solid for once. You see that? We got vortices up in the chat. No, man, it's all good, man. Slow roll this. Chapter 51. Gospel of the Nazarenes. Headshot. The truth make it free. Look at this. And certain of the elders and scribes from the temple, came unto him, saying, why do your disciples, why do your students teach men that it is unlawful to eat the flesh of beasts? Bro, them was going in back in the day. You see that? That show you everybody during the first century didn't agree. Right? When it came down to the Torah and all that. Like you had different factions and everybody believed something different. So today, everybody got you thinking you got to believe what this camp is saying or that camp or that congregation. Y'all, when you walk, look, you arrived in a situation that they've been arguing about. All right, so they're asking, why do your disciples teach men that it is unlawful to eat the flesh of beasts, though they be offered in sacrifice as by Moses ordained? Look at this, verse 13. For it is written, God said to Noah, this is what they saying to Yahshua. Well, your disciples say you ain't supposed to be eating no flesh at all, even the flesh that is slain according to what Moses commanded us. Strip off, try to put yourself there. They running down on him and saying, y'all teach against the sacrificial and the bloody sacrifices and the eating of it. See, that's what Yahshua and this group taught. They taught against that. They wasn't with none of that, the blood sacrifices, none of that. They draw down on them. For it is written, God said to Noah, the fear and dread of you shall be upon every beast of the field and every bird of the air and every fish of the sea. Into your hand they are delivered. Y'all, that don't mean eat them. It means you got dominion over them. It don't mean go, start a fire. You dig and fillet a back and start chewing on some loin meat. That don't mean that, man. And Jesus said unto them, you what? Hypocrites. You hypocrites. Well did Isaiah speak of you and your forefathers, saying, this people draw nearer to me with their mouths and honor me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. For in vain do they worship me, teaching and believing and teaching for divine doctrines, the commandments of men in my name, but to satisfy their own lust. You, in other words, you quoting that whole thing with Noah only to satisfy you continuing to chew on loin meat. Right? Nobody can deny that not chewing on animals is way healthier for you. Nobody can deny that. Nobody can deny that. But you'll bring out a certain scripture to justify you continuing in poisoning yourself. We call them hypocrites. You bringing that out just to justify your own lust. Verse 15. As also Jeremiah bear witness when he saith concerning blood offerings and sacrifices. Blood offerings and sacrifices. The Lord God commanded none of these, none of these things in the day that you came out of Egypt. Only this I commanded you to do righteousness, walk in the ancient paths, do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. See? Simple, y'all. 16. But you did not hearken to me, who in the beginning gave you all manner of seed and fruit of the trees and seed, having been for the food and healing of man and beast. And they said, thou speakest against the law. You speak against the Torah, Malaki. You speaking against the Torah. How many times we done heard that in the past 3 years? And he said, and look how the Nazarene is seeing Yahshua reply to mealy mouth misfits, claiming that we lawless now. Look at this. And he said, against Moses, indeed, I do not speak, nor against the law or the Torah, but against them who corrupted his Torah. That's the conversation Israel don't want to have with us. Because you know, and I know what you hold on to is corrupted. It got loopholes in it. It's compromised. One part contradict the other. And it's not uniform in answer on one topic. So Yahshua from 2,000 years ago understood it already. Like, look, you ain't finna be able to sleep us with your little Torah portions. We already know it's corrupted. We already know you scribes been around here playing with what's going on. And in doing that, you're playing with the minds of the people. Because the people show up in sincerity, wanting to learn about what is commanded of them of their creator. And you got the very men who are writing out the precepts of Moses, adding to the precepts of Moses, you feel me, and thus securing a family line for thousands of years. He said, I don't speak against Moses, I don't speak against the law, I speak against y'all or them who corrupted his law. Don't Jeremiah 8:8 say the lion pen of the scribes? Which he permitted for the hardness of your hearts. But behold, the greater than Moses is here. And they were wrath and took up stones to cast at him. They were about to stone him. Yahshua passed through their midst and was hidden from their violence. Chapter 46, same book, the transfiguration on the mount, the giving of the law. Look what he's saying there. You should not eat the flesh nor drink the blood of any slaughtered creature. That would include him. See this? Is a difference. Like what they done gave us is an amalgamation of, you know what I mean, false deities and all that. And we run around here all in behind it. Look what he say in chapter 46 of the Nazarene Gospel. You should not eat the flesh nor drink the blood of any slaughtered creature, nor yet anything which bringeth, watch this, y'all, disorder to your health or senses. Look at that. Yeah, Yahshua was about that health, man. It was not about the chewing on flesh and blood, nor the bloody sacrifices at all. Next source, Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, headshot. All right. This right here is chapter 36. All right. In the first book. Like, if y'all know about this, this split up into different books. All right. But chapter 36, allowance of zebah or sacrifice for a time. All right, now watch this. Now, so first, I remember I was saying, during the first century, these cats didn't believe the same thing. Like, they'll have you believing that, you know what I mean, everybody was on one accord, Paul and all this madness. Man, look at this. So this is Peter or Kepha, all right? And he's writing about the sacrificial system. The blood sacrifice, because remember, y'all, the only reason any priest is offering up any sacrifice and spilling blood on altars and cutting out fat and organs and chopping off heads is because supposedly the God is commanded. You see? So again, remember the title. We talking about the creator. We talking about a bloody deity, a deity of blood. What are we talking about? Now watch this. Now look how Kepha explains it. Allowance of zebah or sacrifice for a time. When meantime Moses, Moshe, that faithful and wise steward, perceived that the vice of sacrificing to idols had been deeply ingrained into the people from their association with the Mitzrayim, the Egyptians, and that the root of this evil could not be extracted from them. What evil, y'all? Sacrificing idols. Moses people like, man, look, they've been around all this idolatry for all this time. This is all they know. It's all they know. But notice what Peter is saying, and that the root of this evil, what evil? Sacrificing. And that the root of this evil could not be extracted from them. He allowed them sacrificing, but permitted it to be done only to who? Yahweh or Yahweh. That by any means he might cut off one half of the deeply ingrained evil, leaving the other half to be corrected by another, and at a future time by him, namely concerning whom he said himself, a prophet will Yahweh your Elohim raise unto you, whom you will hear even as myself, according to all things that he will say to you. Whosoever will not hear that prophet, his spirit will be cut off from his people. So Peter is saying what he was taught about the sacrificial system is that it was allowed by Moses. The creator never commanded any of it. And it was something that a man came up with, like Moses, to try to get them to accommodate what it was that they had learned since being in slavery, sacrificing. So he's like, well, we gonna Y'all not sacrificing to Ra and Osiris anymore. Just sacrifice to our God. And this is only temporary because, you know, eventually somebody is going to come and correct all this. Okay. Chapter 37, the set apart place or the temple. In addition to these things, he also appointed a place in which alone it should be lawful to them to sacrifice to Yahweh. And all this was arranged with this view, that when the fitting time should come, and they should learn by means of Yeshua that Yah desires mercy and not sacrifice, and they might see him who should teach them that the place chosen of Yahweh in which it was suitable, that victims, because that's what the flesh of these beasts are victims, that victims should be offered, to Yahweh in his wisdom, and that on the other hand, they might hear that this place, which seemed chosen for a time, often harassed as it had been by hostile invasions and plunderings, was at last to be wholly destroyed. And in order to impress this upon them, even before the coming of Yeshua, he was to reject at once the what? Sacrifices, the Zibaim, and the place, the temple. It was often plundered by enemies and burnt with fire, and the people carried into captivity among foreign tribes, and then brought back when they betook themselves to the mercy of Yahweh, that by these things they might be taught that a people who offer sacrifices, who are spilling blood, are driven away and delivered into the hands of the enemy. But they who do mercy and righteousness are without sacrificing freed from captivity and restored to their native land. But it fell out that very few understood this. For the greater number, though they could perceive and observe these things, yet were held by the irrational opinion of the vulgar. For right opinion with liberty is the exclusive right of a few. So Peter is like, look, the Israelites kept going in and out of slavery, and their temple kept getting destroyed. And the whole purpose of those events was for them to learn that sacrificing, spilling blood, offering innocent animals and people on any altar to your God for an atonement is the fastest way to get you thrown head first into slavery. And notice he say they were only allowed to return once they understood that who their God is. He don't want the sacrifices. He just want mercy. You feel me? Dang, that's crazy. Y'all get some understanding up in this deal. Throw a 7 up in the chat. Bless up. Page 39. Nazarene Acts. All right, look at this. Corruption of the Torah. Not the corruption of the Torah. Matter of fact, this is page 268. All right. We're going to get it done. We're going to get it done. You know what I mean? None but create around here. That's right, Jack. None but create around here. All right, we're getting some work done. All right, I see y'all in the building. All right, now look at this. Corruption of the Torah. This is Peter again, 1st century, Nazarene Acts. See, they wasn't walking around like in the belief we in today. Like the Bible was infallible. It's the infallible word. Nah, they weren't even rocking like that. They knew better. For the scriptures, and look what Peter's saying, for the scriptures have joined to them many falsehoods against the Creator on this account. The prophet Moses, by the order of Creator, delivered the Torah with the explanations to 70 chosen men, in order that they also might instruct such of the people as they chose. After some time, the written Torah had added to it certain falsehoods, contrary to the Torah of Elohim, who made the heaven and the earth, and all things in them. The evil one having dared to work this for his evil purpose. This took place in reason and judgment, that those might be convicted who should dare to listen to the things written against the Creator. And those who, through love towards him, should not only disbelieve the things spoken against him, but should not even endure to hear them at all, even if they should happen to be true, judging it much safer to incur danger with respect to religious faith than to live with an evil conscience on account of blasphemous words. Peter like, look, you better, even if the evil stuff said about your God or your Creator is true, you better off not believing that saying it's much safer to incur danger with respect to my faith than to live with an evil conscience. You feel me? You don't want to go to sleep believing it's certain things your God or your creator can't do. You know what I mean? Or that he was lacking, or that he was being evil. No. I don't even want to believe that. They understood the Torah was corrupted. Look at this. Then Kepha, Peter, answered, even although you had not asked me, I would have gone on in order and afforded you the exposition of these matters, as I promised. Learn then how the scriptures misrepresent him. Learn then how the scriptures misrepresent him in many respects, so that you may know when you happen upon them. Peter is telling Clement, like, look, it's many things written in the scriptures that misrepresent the creator. I'm about to show you how you can spot them. That way you don't become bound to it. You see? And that's all we've been saying. Like, look, we telling you stop reading whatever you read and just know everything you reading is not about the creator. Some things are representing a bloody deity, a blood deity, should I say. A deity of blood. So they knew back then, like, look, it's all type of things written in her that misrepresent the one and only eternal creator. It is, right? So learn then, that's what he told him. Learn then how the scriptures misrepresent him in many respects, so that you may know when you happen upon them. All right. So look at this right here. It says right here, right notions of the creator essential to holiness. I mean, you got to have a right disposition. Like, what do you think the creator's a chump sucker? That he's limited, he's weak. You see what I'm saying? That he's weak, any of that. You see that? Hold on for a second, y'all. Give me a second. Yep, this right here is crazy. Look at this right here. All right, so it says right notions of Elohim essential to holiness. What I'm going to tell you will be sufficient by way of example. But I do not think, my dear Clement, that anyone who possesses ever so little love to Elohim and unaccustomed to learning will be able to take in or even to hear the things that are spoken against him. Peter, like, look, if you really love the creator, you ain't about to just sit up and let somebody, you know what I mean, free case him. No, we not dealing. The creator's not evil at all. What is you talking about? The creator don't want no bloodshed at all. What is you talking about? Peter, like, look, if you really love the creator, or it says Elohim in her, you dig, but obviously he was talking about somebody different than what the Orthodox religion was talking about. And Peter, remember, Peter was taught this by whom he followed. Now look at this. Excellent question right here. For how is it that he can have an overarching soul and yet be set apart? Supposing that there are many Elohim and not one only. But even if there be but one who will cherish zeal to be set apart, one finds in him many defects. Since he will hope that the beginning of all things, by reason of the defects of his own nature, would not visit the crimes of others. Now look at this right here. A priori argument on the divine attributes. Wherefore, far be it from us to believe that the master of all, who made the heaven and the earth and all things that are in them, shares his government with others, or that he lies. For if he lies, then who speaks truth? Or if he makes experiments as in ignorance, then who foreknows? Is he all knowing? If he's all knowing, he ain't got to do no type of experiment and no type of test. You see? There's certain things that we've grown to accept about who we call God or the creator, you dig, and not knowing like that's actually, if you grow to think that, then you have a wicked disposition about it, right? If he got to do a test on you or do an experiment, then that means he doesn't have the foreknowledge to know the outcome. If he deliberates and changes his purpose, who then is perfect in understanding and permanent in design? So again, Peter's like, look, character is the creator all powerful. That's what omnipotent means. You're all powerful. In any word where it says he's weak, you got to call that into question. Is the creator all knowing? Knows all. Yeah. Okay. Well, any word where it ascribes ignorance or him being short-sighted, you got to call that into question. Does the creator see all? Or is the creator ever present, everywhere, at one time, all in all? Yeah. All right. Well, now you got to call in question any type of scripture that localizes him, like, oh, that's the creator walking through the garden in the cool of the day. Well, if he's walking in the Garden of Eden in the cool of the day, he ain't in Japan at the same time. He ain't in outer space at the same time. You feel me? He ain't in Mississippi at the same time. When we say ever present, that means he's everywhere at once. You see? Slow down and really rethink, what do I really believe about who I'm calling God? Look at this. If he envies or gets jealous, like the Bible says, he's jealous, right? If he envies, who is above rivalry? What the creator look like being jealous of his creation? Here you go running around telling us, I serve a jealous God. Yeah, you probably do. That ain't the creator, though. That ain't the creator, though. If he hardens hearts, who makes wise? If he makes blind, and who has given sight and hearing? If he commits pilfering, who administers justice? If he mocks, who is sincere? If he is weak, who is omnipotent? If he is unjust, who is just? If he makes evil things, who will make good things? If he does evil, who will do good? Same continues. But if he desires the fruitful hill, whose then are all things? Like if he desires just Jerusalem, then who do all things belong to? Who are we talking about? You talking about the ever-present creator, the all in all, the all-powerful, that always was, is, and never shall be? Or you talking about a local deity of blood? Who you talking about? What you mean your God jealous? Then no, with the creator, it ain't no comp. You only get jealous of competition. It ain't no comp with the creator. What you mean? If it ain't no comp, then what he getting jealous for? Again, does it all come down to character? What do you think about who you call God or creator or Elohim, whatever you call him, who you call God or your maker? What do you really think about it or him? Is he ever present? For sure. Yeah, for sure he's ever present. I believe that too. All right. Well, I know that to be true. All right. Well, it's certain scriptures that show he's not. And so that's what we're saying. Just like Peter and them 2,000 years ago, certain things got to get brought up on the chopping block and say, well, no, that's a deity, man. That can't be the creator. What you mean he could get everything done except get rid of them because they had chariots of iron? Well, that means he's weak. He's not omnipotent, all powerful. And he can defeat his creation who made another creation of iron. Don't make sense. Don't make sense. But if he desires a fruitful hill, whose then are all things? If he is false, who then is true? If he lives in a tent or a temple, who is without bounds, right? All right, here you go. This is God's house Well, you talking about a church or a temple, wherever you go. This is God's house. If he lives in a tent, who is without bounds? Man, you can't contain the creator. Creator's all in all, always was, is, and never shall be. It knows what Peter and them asking 2,000 years ago. Like, man, go back and look at a lot of this stuff that you claim. My God jealous. My God's a man of war. Man, look, y'all might want to go back and look at that. You know what I mean? Without the shedding of blood, it ain't no remission of sins. You know what I mean? You might want to go back and look at that, Jack. Look at this right here. If he is fond of fat, sacrifices, offerings, and drink offerings, who then is without need? Right? If all that smell good to him, if he's fond of it, how could he be the creator? Like, he created that. He don't need it. You know what I mean? He created that. He created the blood and the animals and designed the animals, and he did all that. So what does he need that to so he can smell a sweet smelling aroma? Why does he need the dead flesh that he created, blood that he created, the fat off the organs, chopped off heads, every inward pulled out and roasted alive on the fire for a sweet smelling offer or aroma over the altar of burnt offering in Jerusalem? You don't need that. What you mean? Right? So again, it's time to slow down and go back and re-examine what it is that we believe. And once you understand the character of who we call the creator, y'all, then you can read through whatever and spot where it's off at and spot where it's right and exact and be like, yeah, that's right and exact. I can apply that. You know what I mean? If he is fond of fat, sacrifices, offerings, and drink offerings, who then is without need and who is holy and pure and perfect? If he is pleased with lights and wicks, who then placed the luminaries in the sky? Like you got to have a menorah lit. Like, do y'all know who y'all talking about? We talking about the creator of suns, moons, and stars and planets. And here you go talking about you commanded to light the menorah. We talking about him who listen to me, who's still creating suns, moons, and galaxies, and all these lights up in the firmament and all that. And here you go talking about a candle. A candle. Oh man, I gotta light my menorah. It's Sabbath coming in. About ready to blow your drawers out because you ain't ready for the Sabbath to come in and light your menorah. If he dwells in shadows and darkness and storm and smoke, who is the light that lightens the universe? Right? Because that's how the commandments came. And thundering and clouds and smoke and fire. And who is the light that lightens the universe? If he comes with trumpets, shoutings, darts, and arrows, who is the sought after tranquility of all? If he loves war, remember, y'all, God is a man of war, right? If he loves war, who then wishes peace? If he makes evil things, who makes good things? If he is without affection, who is a lover of men? If he is not faithful to his promises, who will be trusted? If he loves the evil, adulterers, and murderers, who will be a just judge? If he changes his mind, who is steadfast? If he chooses evil men, who then takes the part of the good? Man, oh man. So how is the creator or Elohim to be thought of? How? See, without this, y'all, without understanding character of the creator, look, you're a slave to an unscrupulous master, and you just don't know it yet. Right? You got to know the character of the creator, or you will eventually be worming on your belly to a false god. Period, point blank in the story. You know what I mean? It's just what it is. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Now, how is the creator Elohim to be thought of? Wherefore, Clement, my son, beware of thinking otherwise of Elohim, and that he is the only Elohim, master and father, good and righteous, the creator. Who? The creator. So now we know Peter is talking about the creator and just not some deities. The creator, long-suffering, merciful, the sustainer, the benefactor, ordaining love of men, counsel in purity, immortal and make it immortal, incomparable, incomparable, dwelling where? In the souls of the good. The Creator is ever present, within and without. See, Peter ain't talking about a bloody deity. Peter ain't talking about who the national God of Israel. He ain't talking about that. He's talking about the creator of all creation. And he made a separation and a distinction when he was putting his work in. Like, nah, I'm not talking about none of that they talking about. Yeah, the Torah is corrupted. Yeah, there are many things written against the creator in Bible. We know this. This is Peter 2,000 years ago. That's just what it is, man. Who cannot be contained and yet is contained within the heart. See, you can't contain the creator. Yet is contained within the heart, who has fixed the great world as the center in space, who has spread out the skies and solidified the land, who has stored up the water, who has disposed the stars in the sky, who has made the fountains flow in the earth, has produced faults, has raised up mountains, has set bounds to the sea, has ordered winds and blasts, who by the spirit of counsel has kept safely the body comprehended in the boundless sea. That's pages 272 and 274 of the Nazarene Act. Notice how the higher vibrational teachings, such as the Gospel of the Nazarenes, Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, and OWASP, agree on the Creator never sanctioning bloody sacrifices, nor the chewing of animal flesh or the drinking of blood. Bloody deity number 3, the Canaanite deities and human sacrifice. Oh, man, if y'all get some understanding, man, throw me a 4 up in the chat, man. Throw me a 4 up in the chat. Ooh, we cooking today, baby. We cooking today, baby. Look at y'all, man. To keep me from you. Yeah, man. I see y'all. Man, stuff start making sense, man. Start rolling in. You be like, hold on, man. Run that back. Run that back, man. Run that back, man. Let's go look at the Canaanite gods. The Canaanite gods. The Canaanite. I'll grab me something to drink. The Canaanites. All right, let's get into it. And even though it's more than one Canaanite deity, I just got them down. It's number 3. All right. Y'all see that, though? Good Lord. I don't want you to sacrifice your child, huh? Good night. Amos 5, verse 25 to 26. KJV, have you offered unto me sacrifices and offerings in the wilderness 40 years, O house of Israel? But you have borne or carried the tabernacle of your Moloch and hewn your images, the store of your God, which you made to yourselves. According to Amos the prophet, the house of Israel never offered their sacrifices to the Creator, but to the bloody deities of Canaan, El, Baal, Molech, etc. Let's look again in a more modern version of the Bible. Was it to me, same verses, Amos 5, 25 to 26, was it to me you were bringing sacrifices and offerings during the 40 years in the wilderness, Israel? Verse 26, no. That deal say no. You can't get no clearer than that, boy. Was it to me you were bringing sacrifices and offerings during the 40 years in the wilderness, Israel? The answer is no. You served your pagan god, Sakuth. That's crazy because we got a feast of Sakuf or Sukkot. Yeah, that's crazy. And that's the name of a god. And it's crazy because in the KJV, Sukkot is Molech. No, you served your pagan god Sukkot, your king god, and Kaiwan, your star god. The images you made for yourself. Amos 5:25-26, New and Living Translation. One of the many things that get overlooked when observing these verses is the time frame of 40 years of wandering in the wilderness. Meaning during the entire wilderness experience, not one offering was to the Creator, but many bloody deities. The problem with that, this is the same time in which we supposedly received the laws of sacrificing for the Levitical priesthood. Notice what the next verses say about the same time. This is Psalms 95:10. 40 years long. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation. And I said, it is a people that do error in their hearts, and they have not known my ways. Hold on. Hold on. So, as we see, the psalmist has made it clear the entire 40 years the Almighty was grieved with the house of Israel and declared that our forefathers never knew of his ways. So then whose ways were they dealing with, y'all? We just read Molech and Baal, and that's who Israel was dealing with. And according to Amos 5, none of the sacrifices in the wilderness went to the Creator, but went to Molech and them, part of the Canaanite pantheon, the Baalim. And then we run over here to Psalms, and Psalms say the entire 40 years long. That means the whole stretch, I was grieved. And then he goes on to say they never knew it, they never knew the Creator's ways. Then whose ways did they know? Whose ways did they know then? Let's look. Let's go look. Now, this is Jeremiah. This is a little later on. Jeremiah 32 and 35. And they built the high places of who? Baal. Which are in the valley of the son, of Hinnom, to cause their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire unto Molech, which I commanded them not. Neither came it into my mind that they should do this what abomination to cause Judah to sin. So notice who's speaking through Jeremiah is saying this whole child sacrificing is an abomination. I never commanded it. You feel me? This is what's going on. All right. And it's causing the people of Judah to sin according to who Jeremiah the prophet was dealing with. And Jeremiah was a Levitical priest. That's the crazy part. But he spoke against their practices, right? And according to who he's dealing or the force that's inspiring him, that the sacrificing of sons and daughters, human sacrificing, was never commanded by the Creator at all. He called it an abomination, and he said it causes Judah to sin. I understand that. Go ahead and give me a 3 up in the chat. As we see, the Canaanite deities under many names required human sacrifice. Source, Wikipedia, El, deity. There he is right there. Your boy El. There him is, looking like Mr. Miyagi. Daniel's son. Wax on, wax off. That's El right there, y'all. That boy over there looking like Mr. Miyagi. That's El. And where you get Elohim from? There he is. That's a Canaanite god. The Canaanite gods. Look at that right there. There he is. There he is right there. Got on a tight dress. Got something in his hand that represents rulership. Got the elongated skull cap on. Let's look at some of this. Again, Wikipedia. All right. Look what it say right here. It say El. English, Ugaritic, Phoenician, Hebrew, Syriac. And know what they calling your boy, Mr. Miyagi, nigga L, man. King of the gods. They calling this cat right here King of the gods, L. All right, the statue of El from Tel Megiddo or the Hill of Megiddo, that's right there in the land right now. All right, zoom in some more. Look at this. We over all the way to the right. Other names of El Elyon, that's the Most High God. El Shaddai, that's God Almighty. His abode is in Mount Leil, so El, that who you just looked at, has a place where he lives. It's in the mountain. It's a mountain named Leil. His symbol is what? A bull. Region, the Levant, particularly Canaan and Anatolia. El got him a woman too, y'all. Or had women's. Some wide hip women's. Asherah. El had children. Anat, Ashtar, Baal. There go your boy Uncle Baal right there. Mot, Shahar, Shalim, Shaphash, and Yam. Really? Look at this. Said he had 70 sons in total. Syrian equivalent of El is Dagon. His Mesopotamian equivalent is who? Anu and Enlil. This right here is a depiction of El with two lions, circa BC 3450 headshot. There you go, Cal P. You have El deity on Wikipedia, and just scroll down. There's a depiction of El with two lions, right? BC 3450. Look at this. Look at this. Ancient Semitic religion. Guess who else on here? Guess who else on here? They get down there? As far as I can zoom in, that's a Yahweh down there. Yahweh. Good night, boy. Good night. Good night. Source, ancientorigins.net. We're going to read some of this. It's a good one. Was Molech really Baal, the ancient god who demanded child sacrifice? Let's look into it. Dang. Yeah, that's Uncle Baal Daddy. Oh my God, man. Can't get around this type of stuff, man. All right, so Molech is well known in the Bible for being the god to whom child sacrifices appear to have been made in a shrine outside the city of Jerusalem. Although Molech is well known in the Bible, he is less well known in the archaeological and historical records, leading to disagreements over the identity of the god as well as the exact nature of the cult of Molech, origin of the name. The name Molech most likely comes from the Hebrew word Melech, meaning king. For a long time, it was believed that Moloch was another name for Milcom, the chief deity of the Ammonites, but this view has fallen out of favor because of more recent research. The name Molech was most likely a title or epithet for a deity rather than an actual name. It is common in Phoenician and Canaanite inscriptions for deities to be referred to as king of something. Malkandros, another name for El. The head of the Canaanite pantheon, for example, translate to king of man. Malkandros, another name for El. We just showed you Mr. Miyagi. The head of the Canaanite pantheon, El, right? Translate to king of man. Let's keep going. Molech and Baal Hadad. One suggested identity for Molech is the Canaanite deity Baal Hadad or Hadad. Hadad was considered the king of the gods by the ancient Canaanites. Evidence that Molech can be identified with him comes from the fact that the pagan altars in the valley of Ben Hinnom, where children were sacrificed, are also described as altars to who? Baal. Molech is Baal. Dang. Or, one of his brothers. They all may be children of El. Children were sacrificed or also described as altars to Baal by the prophet Jeremiah. Furthermore, Assyrian texts state that child sacrifices were made to a god, the Assyrian equivalent of the Canaanite Hadad. This makes it reasonable to suggest that child sacrifices may have also been made to Hadad and that a cult of child sacrifice may have been related to him. Dang. Cult of Molech. In the biblical account, children are said to have been sacrificed or passed through the fire to Molech at a shrine outside the city walls of Jerusalem called Topheth in the valley of Ben Hinnom. Although it is most likely that this practice was due to the introduction of a foreign deity, it has also been suggested that the Judites believed that they were making sacrifices to who? Yahweh. Yahweh, the national deity of the ancient Judites and Israelites. Either way, the prophets harshly condemned this practice as being offensive to Yahweh, whether it be a corruption of Yahweh worship or worship of foreign deities such as Baal Hadad. Yeah, so human sacrifice, period, is against the Creator. Period. Huh? The practice of child sacrifice is attested in other sources throughout the ancient Mediterranean world. Remember, we talking about either the Creator or a bloody deity, a deity of blood. If you're talking about sacrificing children or humans, then that's blood being shed. Particularly in Carthage, in the city, a sacred grove and temple were dedicated to one such cult. Dang. This is serious. Carthage was founded by the Phoenician colonists, which gives them a connection to the Canaanites. It has been suggested that there is also a connection between the child sacrifices practiced in Carthage and similar practices in Canaan and Judah, such as the cult of Molech. Some scholars dispute this suggestion, saying that the Carthaginian practices differed from the cult of Molech. It is commonly believed that children's sacrifice of Carthage was usually only done during times of extreme crisis, in accordance with classical sources, whereas child sacrifice is said to have been a regular part of the cult of Molech. This is what they do every day. The fearsome wicker man and eerie way druids committed human sacrifice. Yeah, man. On the other hand, it isn't necessarily clear from the biblical text that child sacrifice was as regular as it has been suggested in the cult of Molech. The cult of Molech may also have only involved sacrifice of children in times of crisis, or it may have occurred only on special occasions, such as annual festivals or at the birth of a firstborn child. These practices are attested in other parts of the ancient Mediterranean. As a result, there isn't necessarily a reason to think that one cult involved regular sacrifices while the other one did not. Child sacrifice or initiation. Another major point of contention in the study of Molech is whether or not children were sacrificed at all. Some scholars, as well as ancient rabbis, have suggested that pass through the fire meant passing between rows of fire in an initiation rite. In this view, the abomination of Molech condemned by the Hebrew prophets was Jewish children being initiated into paganism. Thus, children were not actually sacrificed at all, and it was the initiation ceremony that alarmed the prophets. There are some problems with this view, however, although there are some cases where the text could be referring to something like this initiation rite. There are also cases where pass through the fire is clearly referring to burning. Furthermore, ancient Near Eastern texts give good reason to believe that actual child sacrifice occurred. I remember we talking about child sacrifice, right? Human sacrifice. Bloody deity number 4. I know. I know. I know. What did I say right there? Bloody deity number 4. Dang. Who that? Man, Yahweh of the Old Testament. Good night. Good night. Good night, boy. Somebody mad. Old Testament sacrifices and offerings. All right, so let's look at some of this. Let's look at the foul smelling ones that smell like a fart And then we're going to look at the ones that supposedly smell good. Look at this. Now, we just looked at all those situations of child sacrificing, read up on Baal and Molech, and you know what I mean? Read up on it and showed, right? Now, watch this. Saraf, shameful, foul-smelling sacrifices. Sin offering. What is it? The sin offering offered expiation for sins. It atoned for the guilt of the sinners. It dealt with the guilt brought upon a person due to his sin. The atonement offered by the sacrifice relieved the offerer from his guilt before God. How did they perform a sin offering? The blood was sprinkled in the holy place on the horns of the altar of incense and the bottom of the brazen altar. Fat and kidneys were burned on the altar. The rest was burned outside the camp. Foul-smelling sacrifices. Another one is a trespass offering. Trespass offering. The trespass/guilt offering offered expiation for sins against both God and other men. While the sin offering dealt with the guilt of the sinner, the trespass offering emphasized reparation from the sin committed. Its goal was reconciliation. How? The animal was killed, its blood sprinkled on the inner sides of the altar, the kidneys, fat, and the rump. Well, dang, the kidneys, fat, and rump were burned on the altar, put fire on his ass, and the remainder was partaken by the priest. Good night. Dang. Now, these supposed to be the sacrifices over here that smell good. They smell good. Look at this verse. The burnt offering was what was a burnt offering? It was a sweet aroma to the Lord involving a total consecrated sacrifice of an animal. The sacrifice to God by Christ was a complete and total sacrifice. The giving of our lives to Christ is a complete and total consecration. How? The offerer lays a hand on the head of the animal, transferring the benefits of the subsequent offering to the offerer. Animal is killed and placed upon the altar. It's burned in its entirety, offered as a complete and total offering to God. Good night. You got grain offerings and peace offerings, right? Now watch this. Judges chapter 11, verse 29 through 31. We on bloody deity number 4. I mean, we didn't touch more than 4, but number 3 was all the ones of Canaan. Number 4, now we're dealing with Yahweh, because at times it makes it seem as Yahweh is not commanding anything like these other deities. And thus Israelites believe that, okay, well, that means our God is different. I mean, God ain't nothing like that. All right. Let's flip over to Judges, the 11th chapter. Let's deal with this right here. All right. Does Yahweh accept human sacrifice? Children sacrifice? Does he accept that? Look at this. Then the Spirit of the Lord is, in all capital Lord is Yahweh or Yahweh. Look at this right here. All right, it says right here, then the Spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah, and he passed over Gilead and Manasseh, and passed over Mizpah of Gilead. And from Mizpah of Gilead, he passed over unto the children of Ammon. And Jephthah vowed a vow unto the Lord or unto Yahweh, and said, if you shall without fail deliver the children of Ammon into my hands, then it shall be that whatsoever cometh forth out of the doors of my house to meet me, when I return in peace from the children of Ammon, shall surely be Yahweh's or the Lord's, and I will offer it up for a burnt offering. So remember, what is the burnt offering? So what he got to do? He made a vow, and Yahweh's Spirit inspired the vow. That's what nobody ever trips off of. It says it was the Most High or Yahweh's Spirit that moved on Jephthah to make that vow. So he is saying that if I'm victorious after laying down or slaughtering these Ammonites, if I'm victorious, whatever comes out my house first is yours. I will offer it as a burnt offering. That's his vow he made up under the inspiration of his God. What happens for a burnt offering? The offerer lays a hand on the head of the animal, transferring the benefits of the subsequent offering to the offerer. Animal is killed and placed upon the altar. It's burned in its entirety, offered as a complete and total offering to God. That's his vow. His vow is whatever comes out my doors, whatever come out my house to meet me when I return in peace from the children of Ammon shall surely be the Lord's, and I will offer it up for a burnt offering. Do we all realize the tragic vow that Jephthah just made? If you understand the tragic vow he just made, give me a 2 in the chat. He's saying, look, if you send me to war and I'm victorious in killing these Ammonites, whatever come out my house to greet me is yours, and I'm going to offer it up as a burnt offering. All right? This is what he says. All right? Now look at this. Don't forget. Let's not forget this. Don't forget, Jephthah was inspired by the spirit of Yahweh, the Lord, to make a vow concerning a type of sacrifice called a burnt offering. It's Yahweh's spirit. Yahweh's spirit is behind the whole vow. The whole vow. Let's go back and look. What does verse 28:9 say? What does it say? Then the spirit of Yahweh, then the spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah. And he passed over Gilead and Manasseh. And what did he do? Jump down to verse 30. And Jephthah vowed a vow unto the Lord. It was the Lord's spirit that came upon Jephthah that inspired him to vow this vow. Never forget that. It's the Lord's spirit that jump-started the whole thing. Let's look at an example of what a burnt offering is according to the Torah. Let's look at this, y'all. Leviticus chapter 1, verse 3 through 9. Because he just said he's going to offer it up as a burnt offering, whatever comes out of his house, which means he's familiar with how to offer up a burnt offering, because every offering is not the same. Here we go to the list again. Okay. Every offering wasn't the same. He said, whatever come out of my house first will be a burnt offering, not a grain offering, not a peace offering, not a trespass offering or a sin offering, a burnt offering, which means he understands how to offer a burnt offering. Okay? Don't forget this. Let's go down to Leviticus. So what all does he have to do with whatever comes out of his house? Because he just said to his God that whatever come out of my house is yours, and I'm going to give it to you as a burnt offering. So I know you like the way it smells. Question, did Yahweh stop this? Did he stop it? Did he say, no, I'm good? Or did he accept it? Look what has to happen for a burnt offering. If his offering be a burnt sacrifice of the herd, let him offer a male without blemish. He should offer it of his own voluntary will at the door of the tabernacle or the congregation before the Lord. And he shall put his hand upon the head of the burnt offering, and it shall be accepted for him to make atonement for. And he shall kill the bullock before Yahweh. And the priest, Aaron's son, shall bring the blood. There go that blood again, man. Blood. That's all we keep hearing. Blood, 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 blood. Shall bring the blood and sprinkle the blood around about upon the altar that is by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And he shall flay the burnt offering and cut it into his pieces. See, there's a way you got to perform a burnt offering. Jephthah talking about whatever come out of his house is the Lord's, and he gonna do it as a burnt offering. Okay, well, whatever it is, you got to cut your victim up. You got to fillet the burnt offering and cut it into pieces. You got to dismember this burnt offering. Offering got to be dismembered. And the sons of Aaron, the priest, shall put fire upon the altar. Now they got to start the barbecue pit up and lay the wood in order upon the fire. And the priest, Aaron's son, shall lay the parts, the head. Y'all, that's a chopped up. So you mean to tell me, in order to offer a burnt offering to who you call Yahweh or your God, you got to chop off the head of a goat. Shall lay the parts, the head. Remember, it just got cut into pieces. It just got flayed. Aaron's son shall lay the parts, the head, and the fat in order upon the wood that is on the fire, which is upon the altar. But his inwards, his organs, and his legs shall he wash in water. And the priest shall burn all on the altar to be a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire of a sweet savor unto the Lord. Y'all know we visual. There goes some actual chopped off goat heads getting prepared to be offered to a deity. See that? Chopped off goat heads. So this is what Jephthah has to do. In order to offer whatever's going to run out of his house when he's victorious, he has to do exactly what we just read. What do we know about a burnt offering according to the Torah? Point number one. The victim is killed before the Lord or Yahweh. Point number two, Aaron's sons, the priests, collect the blood of the victim and then ritualistically sprinkle the blood around about the altar of a burnt offering. Point three, the priest then cuts in pieces and dismembers the victim. The priest then cuts in pieces and dismembers the victim. 4, the priest, Aaron's sons, start the fire. 5, Aaron's sons bring the chopped off head of the victim along with the cut off fat from the victim's organs to the altar and place them upon the fire. Point 6, after the victim's cut off legs and cut out organs have been washed with water, they join the rest of the dismembered victim in the fire upon the altar of burnt offering. Point 7, the smell of blood, a chopped up victim, fat and organs all roasted in a fire is a sweet smelling aroma to Yahweh. Y'all see that? Those are 7 points. That has to happen. No. Now look at this. With Jephthah making this tragic vow, this is crazy. This is all that has to happen for a burnt offering. A dismembered victim, chopped off heads. And all this is supposed to smell good to Yahweh. With Jephthah making this tragic vow to offer up the first thing that comes dashing out of his door to be a burnt offering, he would have had to perform all the above requirements, from the sprinkling of blood, dismemberment, and even roasted wholly. Judges 11:34-35 and verse 39. And Jephthah came to Mizpah unto his house, and behold, his daughter came out to meet him with timbrels and with dances, and she was his only child. Beside her, he had neither son nor daughter. 35. And it came to pass when he saw her, that he rent his clothes and said, Alas, my daughter, thou hast brought me very low, and thou art one of them that trouble me. For I have opened my mouth unto the Lord, and I cannot go back. Verse 39. And it came to pass at the end of 2 months that she returned unto her father, who did with her according to his vow, which he had vowed, and she knew no man. Y'all see that? That mean her father Jephthah performed the rites and offered her up as a burnt offering. That mean, guess what he did? This is everything he did right here. He killed her with a knife, right? Collected her blood, sprinkled her blood on the altar. He then cut his only daughter and only child into pieces, dismembered her, cut off her head, cut off her legs, cut out her organs, cut the fat off the organs, through the head, through the fat off the organs, the washed off organs with water and washed off legs, and threw them all on the fire as a sweet smelling savor. See, we need to stop asking these cats would they kill their child. We need to get like real detail. Would you chop the head? Would you cut the head off your child if your God told you to? Because he told Abraham to offer up Isaac as a burnt offering. This dude right here came and said he voluntarily said he was going to do it. Ended up being his daughter. But if she's a burnt offering, then that means her head got to get cut off. She got to get dismembered. Her blood got to get sprinkled on the altar. Her head, her organs, her fat, and her legs have to go chopped up and into the fire. Would you dismember your child? Cut their head off, their legs, cut their chest open, pull the organs out, cut the fat off the organs? Did God stop Jephthah from doing this? If he didn't stop him, that means he accepted it. I mean, he accepted it. It's accepted. Yeah, ain't no reason for you to get mad over this way. Like, I ain't make none of it up. He performed his vow. What was his vow? Whatever comes out of my house will be the Lord's, and I will offer it as a burnt offering. Well, how do you offer up a burnt offering? How? Well, you got to kill your victim with a knife before the altar. You got to drain the blood out of your victim. In Jephthah's case, this would have been his daughter. He had to sprinkle the blood of his daughter round about the altar. Then he has to chop off the head of his daughter, dismember her entire corpse, cut her chest open, cut her organs out, cut the fat off the organs, wash the organs, wash the legs, throw the head, fat, organs, and legs into the fire. You feel me? To be roasted holy as a sweet smelling savor. That's what he had to do. A lot of blood. Judges 11:39 states that Jephthah went through with his vow to offer the first thing out of his door as a burnt offering to Yahweh. In this case, it was his only child and daughter. Let's not forget, according to verse 29 of the same chapter, it was Yahweh's spirit that jump-started the whole vow. It's obvious from Isaac, Jephthah's daughter, and even Jesus of the New Testament, Yahweh accepts human sacrifices. See, that's another topic don't nobody want to talk about. No, you don't. I heard people, I'm talking about flat out deny it. How's you denying that and you over here saying Jesus is a sacrifice? That's a human sacrifice. That's human sacrifice. Yes, the biblical God accepts human sacrifice as well as animal sacrifice. We just read one example. It's obvious from Isaac, Jephthah's daughter, and even Jesus of the New Testament, Yahweh accepts human sacrifices just like all other bloody deities of antiquity. Time to take another look at the story of Abraham and Isaac. All right, let's look at it. Genesis 22, 1-3. And it came to pass, after these things that God did tempt Abraham and said unto him, Abraham, he said, behold, here am I. And he said, take now thy son, thine only son Isaac, whom you love, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him therefore a burnt offering upon one of the mountains which I will tell thee of. And Abraham rose up early in the morning and saddled his ass and took 2 of his young men with him, and Isaac his son, and clay the wood for the burnt offering. Now, we all know what has to happen for a burnt offering now. You know the steps. So your God is appearing to you to tell you offer up your child as a burnt offering. You already know I got to cut his head off. I got to cut his chest open. I got to cut his organs out. I got to cut the fat off the organs. I got to cut his legs off. I got to wash his legs and organs in water. And I got to throw his head, the fat, the organs, and his legs, and sprinkle his blood on the altar and roast all his body, his dismembered corpse in that fire. That's what Abraham would have had to do to Isaac. That's what Jephthah had to do to his daughter. You see that? See, we need to slow down. Like, look what's being commanded. Look what's being done. Are you still feel comfortable saying this is the creator? Or is this a blood deity? Eventually, you're going to have to have a conversation. You want to have it with the gang right now. That's how you're going to have to have it with your children. Your children going to hold you to it. What's that right there? Let's go to Judges 11:29-35. God accepted Jephthah's daughter as a burnt offering. That means he chopped the head off. cut her legs off, cut her organs out, cut the fat off the organs, drained her blood, sprinkled that around about the altar in some weird ritualistic ceremony, and then throw the dismembered corpse with washed legs and organs in the fire to be roasted. Oh yeah. Is this the creator or is this a blood deity? If it's the creator, give me a 1 in the chat. If this is a blood deity, a deity of blood, y'all already know, man. Throw a 2 up in the chat. Let's see who listening. Let's see who listening. For y'all that don't know, the creator would never command you to kill your child to show him some type of devotion and allegiance to him. Now you know any inspiration that comes to you to get you to kill your child, any child, or anyone is not of the creator at all. The creator is not a blood deity. See that? Everybody know that's a blood deity. It's a blood deity. Deity of blood. Why would the creator of all creation tempt you to kill your child that he gave you? Do that make any sense? See, if you bound to Bible, no, we didn't tell you read whatever you want. But if you bound to it, you can't see the forest from the trees. And you can't call BS when you hear it and see it. Ain't no way in this world I'm killing my child or any child just because I got inspired. Nah, that ain't happening. See that? According to the biblical narrative, Abraham's God inspired him to offer his son as a burnt offering. So that means blood sprinkled on the altar, his body chopped to pieces, his head, organs, fat, and legs all roasted in the fire as a sweet smell to his God. Genesis 22, 9-10. And they came to the place which God had told him of, and Abraham built an altar there and laid the wood in order and bound Isaac his son and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand and took the knife to slay his son, right? Because he got to cut him down. That knife was going to be used to kill him, drain his blood, then cut his head off, then his legs, then the organs. That same knife, because this shows that Abraham and Jephthah knew how to offer up a burnt offering. Right? Well, we just read about the gods of Canaan. That's what they was accepting. They was accepting the human sacrifice and all that. So what's the difference? What's the difference between Yahweh of the Old Testament and the gods of Canaan if they're both accepting human sacrifices? You in Canaan's land. That's still the land of Canaan. Canaan had their temples with their Holy of Holies. You're speaking Canaan's language, the Phoenician Canaanite prototype, the Phoenician and Canaanite prototype, that's Hebrew. So you're in his land, speaking his language, model your temple after his Holy of Holies, right? And you rock in the name of his gods. El is a Canaanite god. That's where you get El in the Bible, or Elohim. Yahweh is a Canaanite god. So what's the difference then? What's the difference if biblical God accepts human sacrifice and so do the blood deities of Canaan? What's the difference? See, you got to know the character of the creator. Once you know that, you know, the creator would never even tempt me, even play with me about killing something. See that? The story also shows Abraham. The story also shows Abraham as being complicit in this conspiracy to commit murder of his son for his God. Now, is there any other history or literature out there that paints a different light on this story? It never set right with me that the creator of all creation would tempt anyone to kill what he made alive to prove your allegiance to him. OSB, headshot. First book of God, chapter 8, 1-2, and chapter 9, 10-20. All right, OSB, look at this. Out of the host of Persia, who were of the people of Shem, who existed since the days of the flood, came Abram, a man chosen by God in the Ark of Speda for the deliverance of the faithless of Arabia, which is Africa, Northeast Africa. God said, because they have not raised up one out of the sons of Ham, your name shall become Abraham, and it shall be testimony in thousands of years in my records in the libraries of heaven. Verse 2. And it came to pass that forgers and deceivers, not having the fear of Jehovah before them, falsely gave the interpretation of the meaning of the words Abraham, not knowing in thousands of years that in so small a matter he would display the truth and glory of his revealed word. Chapter 9 and 10. Now after Abraham and his people had returned to Jireh, his camp, and it was night, God said to Abraham, look at this. God said to Abraham, be steadfast and show your people so that they may understand my words. And while they were still praying before the altar, God withdrew from Abraham and allowed the evil angels who had followed them from Sodom and Gomorrah to draw near the altar. And one of the angels clothed himself in a great light and adorned with sparkling gems and a crown. He appeared, so all the multitude of people could look upon him. So you got Abraham's God telling him, hey, look, stand on business. Stand on business, right? And then he departs, right? Showing you when the Creator's angels move out the way, the dark forces come flooding in. When he moves out the way, he was like, look, stand on business. That way the people that's with you know to listen to you. You feel me? Because when you speak in the words of the divine. So they'll know. But you got to stand on business. You about to go through a test, basically. All right? Now look at this. So then this evil angel, this is after they are leaving Sodom and Gomorrah, the evil angels followed them about there. So this evil angel pump fakes, you know what I mean? Is pump faking like he's Abraham's God. Watch this. Abraham said, who are you? And the spirit said, I am your God, ruler of heaven and earth. Now pay attention to this because spirit communion is increasing in this day. You need to know how to test and check these spirits. All right. If you don't get nothing else from the day, learn this. All right. Abraham didn't get all goofy. He asked him, who are you? You can do the same thing. And the spirit said, I am your God, ruler of heaven and earth. Abraham said, I am your servant. What may I do for you? And the spirit said, you should take your only son Isaac and your hosts who were with you at Sodom and Gomorrah and go with me where I will lead you, for I have a great work for you. Notice, y'all, that in the story in the Bible, Abraham's God told him right in the beginning, hey, take your son, you about to kill him for me. Right over here in Owaspy, Abraham wasn't told that he got to kill his son. He just was told to take his son with him. Look at this. Strip off that character. How you riding with your son the whole time knowing I'm about to go kill this cat. Look at it. Abraham said, I will do whatever you put upon me to do. So in the morning, Abraham and his son Isaac and the hosts who had been with Abraham to Sodom and Gomorrah assembled together. And Abraham spoke, saying, word to, O God. And the spirit spoke, saying, what shall a man love above all things in the world? And Abraham said, God. The spirit said, for which reason you shall offer your only son Isaac as a burnt offering. And it shall be testimony before your people that you will obey God, even to the sacrifice of your own flesh and kin. Y'all don't forget, this is an evil angel pump faking like it's the creator. It's not the creator. It ain't even Abraham's God. Now look what Abraham, as soon as Abraham get word that you want me to kill my son, right, to show allegiance to you, as soon as he get word, look what he say in verse 18. Abraham says, show me that you are God. Show me that you are God, so that I may not err. For I have been commanded not to kill. You told me not to kill. What you mean? And guess what? You can do the same thing. You can do the same thing. You know what I mean? And that's what he did. Like we always ask these Israelites, would you kill your child if your God told you to? They, yeah, I sure would. Right? Nobody tests or tries the spirit and be like, hey, show me you God that I may not err, for I've been commanded not to kill. Now look what this false ass God does. this bloody deity who was trying to get Abraham to spill the blood of his son. Look what he does. And the spirit departed away from Abraham, perceiving that he knew the higher law. What higher law? The higher law of not killing. Huh? And Isaac was grieved at heart, for he desired to witness what a sacrifice was. And the people, seeing a ram near at hand, went and caught it, and slaughtered it, and sprinkled the blood on the sacrifice. And they lit the fire, roasted the flesh, then took it and gave it to the poor. Ain't that something? You see that? So nah, Abraham, when he found out that his son was on the chopping block, he like, nah, you got to show me that, because you commanded me not to kill. You know what I mean? You commanded me not to kill. And that's how you try and test any spirit that comes to you to try to get you to do something evil. Nah, that ain't popping. Nah, and you got every right to refuse it. You know what I mean? Every right. All right, give me a second, y'all. Oh, wee, baby. So, and Abraham wasn't complicit in a waspy. In the Bible, he was complicit. As we see, Abraham was not complicit in the conspiracy to commit murder on his son. As soon as the evil angel commanded Abraham to kill his son, he knew it wasn't his God, but a false deity of blood, pump faking like it's the creator of all creation. We are to follow the same path. If tempted to do evil, know with 1,000% certainty it is not, I repeat, it is not the creator, but a false deity of blood. Sit your monkey ass down somewhere. Bloody deity number 5, the Christ of Christianity. Here we go. Here we go. Dang, Malaki. Y'all get some understanding. Throw the vortex up in the chat, family. Throw the vortex up in the chat if y'all get some understanding about this one. Dig. All right, where we at? Bang, bang, bang. I'm glad I've been fighting on the same bang. Bang, we all good. Bloody deity number 5, the Christ of Christianity, man. Christ of Christianity. I'm glad y'all getting some understanding. We rolling too. Shaky Dave in the building. Bless up, hood. How you be? Good to see you, boy. All right, let's get into the Christ of Christianity. What is this right here? Source: the lost books of the Bible and the forgotten books of Eden. The most popular collection of non-canonical literature, edited by Rutherford H. Platt Jr., and that's supposed to be Adam and Eve getting kicked out the garden. Now, what do we have here? Inside this book, we got members of the Council of Nicaea presenting their decision to the Emperor Constantine, 4th century, from an early Greek manuscript. Look at them. Them cats look nervous. That's Constantine all the way to the right. Look at that. Yeah. All this bloodshed. And now, this right here is Constantine and Jesus. And the caption says, the Emperor Constantine presenting the labors of the Council of Nicaea to Christ for his blessing. So Constantine was in contact with a spiritual being that he identified as Christ. You feel me? That's what history says. History says he got a visitation, and that's how he was able to go forth and conquer. All right? Today, we're going to get into some history behind it. History you probably never even heard of. Constantine, 306 to 337 AD. Constantine's father succeeded Maximum as Augustus, succeeded his father Caesar, became one of 7 claimants for control, fought wars to decide emperor. Vision of a burning Christian symbol, the who? The Chi in the road. That's the cross. That's the original cross right there, y'all. Looked at as Christ by the Greeks. The actual symbol. Called the Chi in the road. That's the original cross. All right, it's not the cross you know today. All right, united the troops and gave them courage that a God wanted them to win. Most were pagans and accepted the protection of any God. Hey, yeah, your boy right there. I'm gonna say where he is. It didn't jumped on me. All right, here we go. Dang. Battle of Malivian Bridge. Battle of Malivian Bridge. Of Milvian, my bad. Ooh-wee, somebody gonna be mad about something. All right, right off Wikipedia though. Eusebius of Caesarea and other Christian sources record that Constantine experienced a dramatic series of events. Sometime between his father Constantinus' first death in 306 and the Battle of Milvian Bridge on October the 28th, 312. The battle secured Constantine's claim to the title of Augustus in the West, which he had assumed unilaterally when his father died. According to the Eusebius' Life of Constantine, Constantine saw a vision of a cross-shaped trophy formed from a light above the sun at midday. Look at this. Above the sun at midday. Sound just like your boy Paul. Sound just like your boy Paul. Look at it. About the time of the midday sun, when the day was just turning, he said he saw with his own eyes up in the sky and resting over the sun a cross-shaped trophy formed from light, and a text attached to it which said, "By this conquer." Amazement at the spectacle seized both him and the whole company of soldiers, which was then accompanying him on a campaign he was conducting somewhere, and witnessed the miracle. Eusebius of Caesarea, Vita Constantina. The Greek words in this sign conquer are often rendered in the Latin versions in hoc signo vinces. In this sign you will conquer. According to Eusebius, Constantine also had a dream that same night. Constantine also had a dream that same night. Remember that. Remember that. All right. In the dream, the Christ of God appeared to him with the sign which had appeared in the sky, and urged him to make himself a copy of the sign which had appeared in the sky and to use this as a protection against the attacks of the enemy. Eusebius of Caesarea, Vita Constantine. Writing his church history shortly after 313, Eusebius makes no mention of the story. All right, let's jump down right here. Constantine was advised in a dream to mark the heavenly sign of God on the shields of his soldiers and then engage in battle. He did as he was commanded, and by means of a letter X turned sideways, with the top of its head bent around, he marked Christ on their shields. He marked Christ on their shields with that symbol. Remember, that symbol was considered Christ or anointed. He marked Christ on their shields. Armed with this sign, the army took up its weapons. Dang. Now, here's the symbol right here. There it is again. That's the Chi in a row. Yeah, that's the Chi in a row right there. See that? Yeah, all this stuff right here on Wikipedia. So he did have a vision of the Chi in a row in the sky, and then had another dream that night. Right, woke up and put that symbol called Christ on the shield of his soldiers, and they went out conquering. All right, easy work. I know somebody like, what? All right, right here. Yeah, right here. What was it? A tall pole plated with gold had a transverse bar forming the shape of a cross. Up at the extreme top, a wreath woven of precious stones and gold, and had been fastened. Only two letters, imitating by its first characters the name Christ, formed the monogram of the Savior's title, Ro, being intersected in the middle by Chi. That's what that is over there. That's that P and that X. That's the Chi in a row. And look, Eusebius is saying that's the symbol that Constantine saw. But the upright pole carried the golden head and shoulders portrait of the God-beloved emperor, and likewise his sons. All right. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. And then you got the Edict of Milan and all that. He ignored the altars to the gods prepared on the Capitoline Hill and did not carry out the customary sacrifice to celebrate the general's victorious entry into Rome, instead heading directly to the imperial palace. This is probably because the traditional Roman triumph, concluding with the sacrifice to Jupiter Optimus Maximus at his temple on the Capitol line, was traditionally celebrated after victory over Rome's enemies, rather than after the conquest of the city by a claimant in civil war. The Arch of Constantine, for which numerous reliefs from earlier monuments depicting prior emperors sacrificing to various gods, or recarved with the face of Constantine, does not have an image of Constantine sacrificing to Jupiter, although he is shown sacrificing to Apollo and to Hercules. Ooh-wee. So look at this. Look at this right here. Is there a spiritual text? Oh, wait. Now look at this. Check this out. Is there a spiritual text in existence that explains Constantine's conversion to Christianity? Also explaining his visions and dreams he had before the historical Battle of Milvian Bridge. Absolutely. Where we going, y'all? OISP. OISP. Let's get into it. God's Book of Esra, chapter 48, 1 through 4. And then 10 on down. The Lord said, while Luamong, the false god, was yet bewailing, behold, Thoth, his chief warrior god, came upon him, saying, now, Luamong is the false Christ. This is the one who appeared to Constantine under the name of Christ. He's a false god. This false god, or this false Christ, had a chief warrior among him named Thoth, aka Gabriel, aka who later became known as Allah of Islam. Yes, the Allah of Islam was a shooter for the false Christ. He used to work for him. He was his shooter. He was his top warrior. You know what I mean? So that war between the Christians and the Muslims and the Jews and all they go back. But it's a battle and wars that are inspired by false gods. You know what I mean? So when you see the Christians against the Muslims or the Zionists against the Muslims and all that, all these are false deities and gods inspiring this. That's what's happening. So when you read about Luamong, that's the false Christ. All right, that's the one that appeared to Constantine, and mess around have been the one that appeared to Paul. Nigga named Luamong. All right, and you ain't never heard that name unless you read OISP. So now when it's talking about he coming with a name don't nobody know, now it makes sense. All right, look at this. The Lord said, while Luamong, the false god, was yet bewailing, behold, Gabriel, Thoth, or Allah, his chief warrior god, came upon him, saying, alas, O master, your followers have no king or queen on earth to protect them. Your mortal Christian warriors who drew the sword to establish you have been slaughtered in Cordalia. Remember, these are blood gods. Your mortal Christian warriors who drew the sword to establish you have been slaughtered in Cordalia, Cyprus, Atina, Thessalonica, Dalmatia, Lasania, Naples, Seleucia, Macedon, Galatia, Scythia, and Thebes. 6,000 Christian warriors were massacred by the armies of the Emperor Maximus, inspired by who? Baal. So you got warring factions. You got Luamong and his host, the false Christ and his host. They're warring against Baal and Ashtaroth and them and their hosts, right? And it's revealed on earth through mortals fighting. So when you see the wars, man fighting wars, man is being led and being propelled and being inspired by unseen forces. Look at this. Luamong cried out, enough, O Thoth. I too will have a mortal emperor. Now, this is what Luamong, the false Christ, tells Allah. This is what he tells him. Descend again to the earth, to Hatus or Constantine. Watch me talk about the Constantine and the Council of Nicaea. Yes. Right? So now we know the false Christ sent his hitter, his shooter, to go holler at Constantine. Who was his shooter? The God Allah of Islam. He later became known as Allah, or aka Gabriel, aka Thoth. It's the same cat. Same cat. It's crazy. Descend again to the earth to Hatas or Constantine and inspire him to raise a mortal army of 40,000 men and move upon Rome. Look at this. Behold, I will prove myself before Constantine, and he shall covenant to me. Through him I will drive Baal out of Rome, and as I make myself Christ of heaven, so will I make Constantine emperor of the whole earth. Do y'all hear this? Y'all heard this? Y'all heard this? Yeah, your boy Allah used to be Christ's shooter. Yeah, he used to work for him. You tell him, look, descend to the earth and inspire Constantine to raise up 40,000 soldiers and march on Rome. Through him, I'm gonna get Baal up out of here. Look at this. Thoth, Allah, Gabriel, then descended to the earth to Hatas, to Constantine, who was a Suis. Now, Suis is somebody who can hear and converse with the spirit world. Some people are more sensitive to it than others. You know what I mean? But if you ever didn't have like deja vu or something like that, or the dreams seem to come true and all that, you too are dealing with certain aspects of being a Suis. And that ain't chop suey. That ain't chop suey, but it's just talking about Constantine himself, because he claimed he had a vision. You know what I mean? One vision and then another vision that night. Well, according to what we read, he was able to have those visions and converse like that because he was clairvoyant. In other words, he's sensitive to the spiritual realm. He's able to hear these spirits and converse with them. Thoth then descended to the earth to Hatas, Constantine, who was a Suis, and could both see angels and hear them talk. And Thoth induced Constantine to raise an army of 40,000 soldiers. So Allah, under the orders of the false Christ, inspired Constantine, y'all. Allah did. Under the orders of the false Christ, inspired Constantine to raise an army of 40,000 soldiers. So he was inspired by a blood deity and set out for conquest. Look at this. And when they had come to the plains of Agatha, even where the Christians had been massacred many years before, behold, Luamon, the false Christ, and his angel hosts appeared in the heavens above Constantine's army. Y'all, we just read that. We just read that. And this sign conquered, so that all the soldiers there saw the heavenly visitors. And Luamon, the false Christ, showed Constantine, Hatas, and the soldiers in the air of heaven a true cross, which y'all know is the Chi and the Rho, the X and the P, right? On which was written in letters of what? Blood. Blood. We've been talking about blood this whole time. Written in letters of blood. Il Christ. Nevertheless, there was no man present who could read the inscription, and many were the conjectures on its meaning. In the evening, remember, he had a vision that evening too. In the evening, Luamon, the false Christ, descended to Constantine and said to him, "This is the interpretation of the sign and cross I showed you." Look at this. In this you shall conquer. And when you arise in the morning, you shall cause a cross to be made of most excellent workmanship, and you shall have it inscribed, the Christ our Lord, Son of the Holy Ghost. Dang. And this cross you shall cause to be carried at the head of your army. Your edicts you shall call bulls, papal bulls to this day. And they shall be written with lamb's blood. These are blood deities, man. Blood deities. In remembrance of the sacrifice of the Jews in Egypt. through which sacrifice the Father in heaven delivered them. For I am Lord of heaven and earth. This is what the false Christ is telling Constantine, man. Look at this. Accordingly, a cross was made and highly decorated, and inscribed as commanded. And Constantine and his soldiers went forth with renewed courage. And so great was their zeal that everything fell before them. And now that Lu amongst angels had an anchorage on earth, they were in all respects the equals of the angels of the pagan gods. So that while Constantine was victorious on earth, Jabril, Allah, otherwise Thoth, was victorious in heaven. As above, so below, right? Look at this. And it came to pass in not many years that Lu among through Gabriel or Allah captured Baal and all the false gods in all the regions far and near, and along with the captured gods, Gabriel or Allah took 7,600,000 warring angels and carried them all together to Macabee and Haddah and cast them into hell. Damn, where there was already more than 10 million who were in chaos and madness. And Gabriel had the place walled around with fire and noxious gases so that none could escape. Such was the end of the earthly dominion of Baal, who had ruled over mortals for evil for more than 3,000 years. Boy, that boy Baal ran a whole arc cycle on you, dicks, man. Hey, Baal, hey, he was around for a minute. He was around for a minute, you know what I mean? Putting in work, putting in that pain. He was around for a long time, man. You talking about a whole arc cycle, 3,000 years? And in fact, it was the final termination of the earthly gods who ruled over mortals through oracles and pagan practices. The earth was now clear of evil gods whose chief labor had been for thousands of years to capture the spirits of the recent dead. They there to capture your spirit. The false gods want to capture your soul and make slaves of them, and make slaves of them for the glory of the Hadan kingdom. And Hadar is the lowest part of the heavens. You know what I mean? That's where hell is at as well. So these cats is ruling like right above your head. They not out in they ain't out in Etheria. They ain't out in the emancipated heavens like swirling galaxies and all that. These is right here in the atmosphere with their kingdoms. Thus, Lu among had done a good service for the earth and lower heavens, now had nothing to suffer from any gods except the triunes, that's where you get your whole Trinity and all that from. Because he's really one false god out of three that make up this so-called quote-unquote Trinity. Believe it or not. Now look at this. As we see, these mortal wars are influenced by false gods in the name of their most deadly weapon, religion. Trip off this. Constantine had a supernatural vision of a heavenly Christ. He also was visited by this same deity later that evening. So obviously he was tapped into the spiritual realm, whether good or bad. If this is the case, then what and who are the spirits presiding over this earthly council of Nicaea? Surely there's a spiritual text in existence that clarifies the situation. Absolutely. Now look at this. God's book of Esther, chapter 48, verse 26. Lu among inspired Constantine, Hattas, the mortal emperor, to call together a council of wise men from all the kingdoms of Arabia, Africa, Hellas, Greece, Parse, Persia, and Europe, in order to select from all the religious doctrines in the world that which was the wisest and best, so that it could be established by kings, emperors, and governors, by the sword and spur. See, blood deities. You spreading the religion, the doctrine, the jargon of this so-called blood deity through blood. So there would never again be more than one religion. And in course of time, there assembled a council of 1,786 learned men from all the regions named. And they placed themselves under the rules and presence of Constantine. And he selected from them 144 speakers. As for the others, they were divided into groups of 12, besides a goodly number being appointed scribes and translators. But many having the appearance of Jews were rejected altogether. So, the ones that came up from the North African regions like Aries. Y'all look up the Aryan conspiracy. You know what I mean? Anybody that was looking somewhat like they could have been part of the, the original bloodline and all that. Nah, they got them up out of there. And that's crazy because when you look at the Aryan conspiracy, dealing with the Council of Nicaea, yeah, they considered it, what dude was talking, heretical. You know what I mean? They exiled all of them, burnt their literature, all that. Crazy. Now, the council had brought with them in all 2,231 books and legendary tales of gods and saviors and great men, together with a record of the doctrines taught by them. Constantine, being under the inspiration of Luamon through Gabriel, Allah thus spoke. Now, trip off this. Constantine is up under the inspiration of the false Christ and Allah at the Council of Nicaea. How many of y'all knew that one? He already having visions, right? Look, I'm gonna mess around and look like this. Mess around and look like him right here. Let me show you. Oh, little Constantine Flavius. What do he look like? Oh, Louis. There he is. That's gonna be Louis right there. Dang. What did it say right there? What it say right there? The Emperor Constantine presenting the labels of the Council of Nicaea to Christ for his blessing. Weak. I don't know what else is there to say around these parts about any of this, man. All right. Show y'all this real quick. All right, right here. That's crazy. So the false Christ and Allah were present at the Council of Nicaea. Constantine, or Hertas, being under the inspiration of Luamon through Gabriel, Allah, alias Thoth, thus spoke. Search these books, and whatever is good in them retain, but whatever is evil cast away. What is good in one book, unite with that which is good in another book. Whatever is thus brought together should be called the book of books. And it shall be the doctrine of my people, which I will recommend to all nations, so that there should be no more war for religious sake. Thoth, Gabriel, Allah, and his angel host formed a circle around the mortal council. Y'all heard this? Allah is there in attendance at the Council of Nicaea, man. You can't make this stuff up. You can't make none of this up. 1,000 angels deep on her side formed a circle around the mortal council, 1,000 angels deep on Earth's side, and extending upward densely for a long way, and then by a line of light extending to Luamon's throne and Hapsendi, his heavenly kingdom. By day and night, Allah, Thoth, Gabriel, and his host watched over the mortal council, overshadowing their every thought and word. That is crazy. That's crazy, boy. That's crazy. Wow. That's crazy. Good night. For 4 years and 7 months, the council thus deliberated and selected from 2,231 books and legendary tales. And at the end of that time, there had been selected and combined much that was good and great and worded so as to be well remembered by mortals. And as yet, no God had been selected by the council. So they balloted in order to determine that matter. And the first ballot gave prominence to the following gods: Jehovah, Jupiter, Selnus, Baal, Thor, Gade, Apollo, Juno, Aries, Taurus, Minerva, Rex, Mithra, Theo, Phagopody, Attis, Durga, Indra, Neptune, Vulcan, Christ, Agni, Croesus, all these different cats. Besides these, there were 22 other gods and goddesses that received a small number of votes each. And 7 days after that, another ballot was taken, and the number of gods was reduced to 27. So according to OWASP, it wasn't just about deciding certain doctrine. They was choosing which God was going to represent this religion. Which God? In 7 days more, another ballot was taken, and the number of gods was reduced to 21. Thus, the number was reduced each ballot, but slower and slower. 6 days in a week were allotted to discuss the merits and demerits of the gods. And on the 7th day, they balloted, but many weeks elapsed toward the last when the number was not reduced. For 1 year and 5 months, the balloting lasted, and at that time, the ballot rested nearly equally on 5 gods, namely Jove, Christ, Mars, Crete, and Siva. And here the ballot did not change for the next 7 times, which was 7 weeks. Constantine spoke before the council, saying, ours is a labor for all the nations of the earth and for all time. I know the angels of heaven are with us in this matter. We have found 5 gods, good and acceptable before the world. What do you say, council, that the angels give us a sign? We all know the angels' signs of these gods. Council said, well said, you wisest of men. Such a God shall be ours now and forever. And immediately, there and then, Luamong and his angels gave a sign in fire of a cross smeared with what? Blood. Blood. These are blood deities. And it rested on a bull's horn like a cloud of fire on a cloud of fire. And at this, Christ was declared. Now remember, this is Luamong with his Kai and his Ro. Christ was declared God and Lord of all the nations of the earth. And the council agreed to this unanimously, and moreover to reject all the other gods. The next question was, what mortal representative should be chosen? The first ballot brought out the following men: Zarathustra, Thothma, Abraham, Brahma, Atis, Thamus, Jashu, Sakiah, Hebron, Bali, Crete, Krishna, Thulis, Widabah, Spio. Besides these, there were included in the ballot 46 other men who received a small number of ballots each. 49. God, son of Jehovah, said, behold, the council of Nicaea balloted for 12 months. As to what man heard the voice, do you say Jehovah sends his matters to a council of men? Constantine said, the gods will not let us choose any man. Now, therefore, hear me. All the lawgivers chosen by the gods have been Isu. Now, since we cannot make preference as to a man, let us say the man Isu. And Isu is someone who doesn't have any type of sexual desires. Basically neutral in it. Now, man, look at this right here. So the name Isu was adopted, and the sacred books were written accordingly. God, son of Jehovah, said the council of Nicaea did not sin for the doctrine set forth as Isu's were for Jehovah. But were their words made worshipful, the names of Christ and the Holy Ghost, behold, that matter was with Luamong. He the one that made the phrase, the Holy Ghost and Christ worship in this earth. That's what he's saying. That's Luamong's business. God said, my testimonies were previously with Abraham and Brahma and Moses. I did not speak of Christ nor of the Holy Ghost. I spoke of God and of the I am. They have said, whoever speaks a word against the Son of Man, it shall be forgiven him. But whoever speaks against the Holy Ghost, it shall not be forgiven him. 56. Therefore, let Luamong bear his own testimony to the kingdom from which it sprang. The Holy Ghost was his labor. That's his business. All that talk like, oh man, if you blaspheme the Holy Ghost, you ain't got no forgetting. That's Luamong. That's a false god you over here trying to scare people off with. That's Luamong, right? Same cat came and hollered at Ezra. Go read 2nd Ezra, the 14th chapter. He asked for the Holy Ghost, not the Spirit, Ghost. But the Holy Ghost was only supposed to be given during Jesus' time. So what the Holy Ghost was doing, introducing itself to Ezra in 400-something BC. Right in front of your face the whole time, man. Therefore, let Luamong bear his own testimony to the kingdom from which it sprang. The Holy Ghost was his labor. The Creator said, had I weakened since the time of Moses, that I need to incarnate myself in order to make man understand me. Y'all heard what the Creator saying, boy. He said, what y'all think I'm weak or something? I need to incarnate myself in order for my sons and daughters to understand me. Really, God says sufficient for the time is the work of the Creator, because the triunes overthrew the oracles and hundreds of false gods and hundreds of sacred books full of error and evil. Behold, they fulfilled their time. Sufficient for another time, even the present cosmon, is another work of the Creator, which is to establish his presence with the living generation. Jehovah said, behold, I created and I am sufficient for all men. In the ancient days, man worshipped all the spirits of the dead, and I cut him short, giving him many gods. And again, I cut him short and gave him 3 gods, and then 3 gods in one. This day, I cut him short of all. I cut him short of all except his Creator. Bag drop, boy. Behold the signs of my times. My preachers are legions. Gang, gang, boy. We come mob deep. Notice that among the inspiring hosts at the Council of Nicaea is Gabriel Thoth/Allah. Yes, the bloody deity Allah of Islam was at the Council of Nicaea as an inspiring angel for the false Christ, Luamon. Allah was Louis Shooter. LOL, damn son. Bloody deity number 6, Allah of Islam. OSP. Let's get into it. Origin of Mohammedism or Islam. If y'all get some understanding, go ahead and give me a 2 up in the chat, baby. We gonna get it done. We gonna get it done. Bang, 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 bang. We gonna get it done. Let's get into this. You feel me? Because this all goes into different wars and everything that's going on, man. It plays right into it. Plays right into it. All right, we looking good. All good. All right, yeah. We all good. 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 All right. We Council Nicaea right there in Owaski. You can tell you the angelic host that was there. Allah was in the building. That's crazy. All right, chapter 49, origin of Mohammedism or Islam. The Lord said, after Luamon had cast out all other false gods in his earth dominions, he set to work enriching his heavenly home, employing no less than 7 billion angel slaves for that purpose. Think about it, y'all. Dealing with these false gods, you gonna cross over and go to their kingdom or his heaven and be a slave. All right, we trying to keep you from worming on your belly to a deity. Look at this. Now, the place and extent of his heavenly capital was from Hasatus to Roma, and then northward to the Aquarian Mountains. His palace was modeled after Enochisia's at Etashong and of equal magnificence. His greatest warriors were now exalted as lords, generals, marshals, and so on, and he provided rites and ceremonies and tournaments and all types of heavenly diversions. But he made the rules of entrance to his palace so rigid that only his highest officers and visiting gods could gain access to him. Now, for more than 1,000 years, the angel warrior Jibril, alias Thoth or Allah, had been Luamon's most faithful sub-god. He was his shooter. Or he's the junior boss, or what's the cat right up under the dawn? You know what I mean? You got John Gowdy, then you got Sammy the Bull. You know what I mean? Luamon was Sammy the Bull. He was, you know what I mean? He was the mob. He's the mob boss, shooter, basically. He's his muscle. Look at this. And Luamon had promised Gabriel that when he overthrew Baal and cast him in hell, he would give Gabriel a great heavenly kingdom with an earthly base. Look at this. Accordingly, Jibril applied for where, y'all? Jerusalem. Ain't Muslims and Jews and Christians all still fighting over Jerusalem? Jerusalem is still a holy spot for who you call Muslims, along with Jews and Christians. This is going into the origin of the conflict. All right. Accordingly, Jibril applied for Jerusalem and stationed and for the heavens belonging to it, and for 1 billion slaves. But Luamon postponed the matter from time to time for more than 600 years. Thoth, alias Gabriel, then sent this message to Luamon. Look at this. And this is a message. Always pay your shoot off, man. Like always pay your muscle off. Always keep it solid with the ones that's protecting you. You know what I mean? Like Luamon or the false Christ wouldn't have been nowhere that he got if it wasn't for his shooter, Gabriel, aka Allah. You know what I mean? So all this could have been avoided if he would have just kept his promises. But he never paid his shoot off, and it came back to bite him. Bad. Look at this. By virtue of my own worth before the gods of heaven, I greet you in peace and love, first in remembrance of your many promises to me, in which you have kept no part of them faithfully. This is what Gabriel is telling the false Christ. Look at it. Second, that you are not Christ, which is all knowledge, but a usurper and a pretender. So the shoot. Now, I always understand this. Your muscle know how weak you are. You know what I mean? He the muscle. He like, you ain't the Christ. To say you Christ means you're saying you're all knowledge. And that only applies to the creator. Only the creator can hold the title of Christ. He's the one that's all knowledge. Right? So Jabril, Luamong's shooter, told him, like, you ain't kept none of the promises you told me, and you ain't no Christ. You a pretender. You pump faking out here. And if anybody could tell him that, he could. Right? Because you know how many gods and how many people that he done laid down just for you to advance, and you never pay him off. Look at this. Third, that I made you what you are, and by my own hand helped you to cast out Baal, Ashtaroth, and all the Roman and Argosian gods, for which service it is known in these three great heavens that you promised me for more than 700 years to give me a kingdom of 1 billion slaves. Fourth, since you are safely raised up above all gods within these regions, you have affected to not know me. Yes, in your great heavenly recreations, tournaments, and receptions, you have not commanded my presence or in any way shown more remembrance of me than as if I were in a sin, a newly born spirit. Fifth, you have long promised me that if you should succeed in establishing a sub-kingdom on the earth or in the lower heavens near the earth, you would hand the same over to me to rank you equal in all things. But you have greedily kept both kingdoms to yourself, making either place your residence according to the times and seasons most propitious to your own glory and ease. And lastly, that you sacrifice the liberty of your subjects, making them your laborers to embellish your kingdom and making them little better than slaves, and forever parading in the ceremonies given in your applause. These things I have often desired to speak to you about, but you ever affected to be overrun with other matters so as to put me off from my opportunity, as a result of which I have prayed to the Holy Ghost for hundreds of years to have my suit just and honorable and holy. Dang. But I shall search no further. Hundreds of millions of your highest grades who went down to the earth with me to fight your battles and who know the justness of my cause will at a word from me withdraw from your kingdom and join me in an enterprise of my own. I shall wait patiently for your reply. So Allah is telling Christ, like, look, you know what I mean? You know how many battles I fought for you? You wouldn't be nowhere where you was if it wasn't for me, and all your soldiers gonna follow me. He told dude, you ain't the Christ, you pump faking. You ain't even built like that. You know and I know. And all them promises you said you was gonna give never came through. You know what I mean? So I'm about to go do my own thing. He never paid his shoot off. Never paid him off. But Gabriel received no reply to his message, and so in the course of time, he called together 10,000 angel warriors, and they assembled in a place called Kalahared, the place of 7 steps in Hadad. And Gabriel spoke before them, saying, here I will establish my kingdom of heaven, and forever I will show this false Christ what I can do. Mark you, the great power of a God is to establish a good foothold on the earth. The natural increase will soon populate a heavenly kingdom. I will raise up a prophet. Now he got to get him a prophet. Okay. I will raise up a prophet and serve my own on the earth and establish a new doctrine among mortals. Behold, I have a what? A sword. He a bloody deity. I have a sword that will cut to pieces Luamon's kingdom on earth. For listen, in the old Egyptian libraries are books, tablets, and manuscripts that will show the perversity of the Constantine Bible. Dang, if anybody know, he would know because he was there at the Council of Nicaea as an inspiring host. Now he's spilling the beans. He like, look, it's all fake anyway. It's all a game. Look at this. Now, when I have established my prophet, I will cause mortal legions of Arabians to possess these libraries, especially Alexandria's, and I will raise up mortal scholars who shall establish the truth of my prophet's doctrines and the falsity of this false Christ doctrines. And I will thus overturn this earthly kingdom and possess all these mortal regions myself to be mine forever. In that manner, the angel Gabriel boasted, and he made the 10,000 his holy council. And from among them, he appointed marshals, captains, generals, heralds, and officers in general. And they built a throne in heaven for Gabriel. Y'all heard this? Y'all heard this? And they built a throne in heaven for Gabriel and called it the throne of Kala Hored. And he went and sat on it and then crowned himself. He created it and crowned him. Every false god crowns himself or is crowned by someone lower than him. If you a true God, you're crowned by the creator or an angel of higher rank than you. You see, all false gods got to crown themselves. All of them. Yeah, so look, it says he went and sat on it and then crowned himself, Gabriel, God of heaven and earth. Look at this. Now you know the spiritual forces moving and inspiring all of these so-called religious wars in the name of God. Yep, Islam is just another head of the beast system. Look at this though, 49 and 29. Now the time came when Gabriel's kingdom was sufficiently established, and he began to provide for his great scheme to establish himself with mortals, so that their spirits after death could be brought to his kingdom. Listen to this. For such is the order of Jehovah's creation. Listen closely. That whoever man worships while he is on earth, to that God, his spirit will float after death. Yeah, you're going to see Jesus. Sure is. Yeah, you're going to see Allah. You're going to see all your, your 70 naked virgins and drink all the goat milk you can drink. All these gods that you worship, and they all got kingdoms. Their kingdoms will eventually fall and crack. You know what I mean? But whatever God that you are in service to, upon your expiration, upon your crossing over, you're going right to his kingdom and you worming on your belly. Why? Such is the order of Jehovah's creation, that whoever man worships while he is on earth, to that God, his spirit will float after death, and without resistance become a dutiful slave, not knowing there are other gods, other heavens. Bag drop, boy. You really sure? Are you sure you are in service to the creator by righteousness and good works done unto others? Or are you in devotion to a blood deity? Dang, that's crazy. Yep, whatever God you worship now will be your slave master in the spirit world once you die and cross over. You hear that? Whatever God you worship now will be your slave master in the spirit world once you die and cross over. Newsflash, whatever God is being worshipped now or then is a false deity. True God and true goddess only want your brotherhood, not your prayers, devotion, and praise. No, that's reserved for the creator of all creation only. Look at this. God's book of Esther, chapter 50. The Lord said Gabriel raised upon the earth one Muhammad. And inspired him through his angel hosts. And the angels inspired Muhammad to go once every month in the year into the cave of Hira, on which occasions Gabriel came in person and talked with Muhammad, who had suis in great perfection. See, so not only was Constantine able to hear angels speak and hear spirits speak and converse with them, Muhammad was too. Muhammad was too. You dig? A lot of the great men, you know, whether they was real ones or not, feel me? They're still sensitive to the unseen realm around them. Muhammad had that too. And it says in great perfection. You feel me? Look at this. Verse 2, 12 years in peace, Jibril inspired mortals through Muhammad. But at the end of 13 years, Muhammad attained to sufficient strength to draw the sword for Jibril's doctrine. See, Jibril is a blood deity. Now he ready to what? Draw the sword. And Jibril, through his inspiration, caused the Mohammedans to commemorate this as the beginning of his kingdom on earth. And they therefore consecrated the said period of time. And Jibril, through inspiration, caused the Mohammedans to commemorate this as the beginning of his kingdom on earth. And they therefore consecrated the said period of time. What period of time? When Muhammad drew enough strength or had a sufficient enough strength to spill blood for Jibril's doctrine, to spill blood for Allah's doctrine. And they marked that time period. That's the beginning of the kingdom, Allah's kingdom on earth. And on this first meeting of the faithful in Gabriel, Muhammad, being under inspiration, spoke before the multitude, saying, look at this. There is only one Allah, and he is God. Heaven is his. The earth is the Lord's, through the angel Jibril. This is the sum and substance of all things. This was the doctrine of Abraham and of Moses, our forefathers. Look at this definition. Allah meant the all holy or the all justice, will of justice, since there is only one all holy or all justice, namely the great spirit Jehovah. So did Thoth, alias Gabriel, thus become a false god. For if Allah was God and heaven was Allah's, and because Jibril was God and heaven was his, therefore Jibril was Allah, and thus false. A lot of y'all don't know that follow Islam. Who you call Allah is actually the angel Gabriel. The angel Gabriel or Jibril. Another name he carried around the time is Thoth. But it's the same dude. He used to be the false Christ. He used to be his shooter. See, now you're looking at the puppet masters. Now you know who's controlling the men, right? Who's controlling the Ezra? Who's controlling the Constantine? Who's controlling the Muhammad? See, now you getting the puppet master. You going right to the mouth. Okay, this was going on. Look at this. Do not revere me or call me wise. I am not wise. I have little learning. Knowledge comes to me from the unseen. This is what Muhammad is saying, because he had suis and perfection. He was able to hear and converse and talk with the spirit realm. My eyes are open. My ears are open. I see and hear spiritual things. The angels of heaven tell me things of wisdom. I only repeat them. Therefore, I am neither wise nor great. I strive to be honest and upright before God, but I am weaker than a child in these respects. Therefore, do not worship me nor bow down before me. I am nothing. That's what Muhammad is saying. As I am an instrument in the hands of God through his angel Jibril, so also were Abraham and Moses and many of the prophets. They could work miracles. I cannot. Therefore, I am the least of God's prophets. Why has this thing come at this time? No man can answer that. Jibril says, there is a false God in heaven, and he has falsely called himself Christ. Jibril says that he himself, Jibril, provided the way for the gathering. Look at this, y'all, of the lost sheep of Israel through an Isu. See, so now Jibril, like later for what Louis Among and all them talking about in the gathering of Israel, you know what I mean? I'm going to raise up my prophet Muhammad, and through him, you know what I mean, we're going to establish the gathering of the lost sheep. Look at this. Brothers, I will tell you why I am chosen of God. It is to circumvent the Christians' idolatry from coming into Africa and the countries north and south and east. These countries were given by God to our forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and then down to Moses, and then down to us. There is only one God, and Gabriel is his angel of the entire world. Y'all hear this? And God raises up a prophet from time to time to bless his chosen people. He put this matter upon me. I know only to serve God. Verse 16. The Christians are merciless warriors. This false Christ and his worshipers are working for the Romans. Dang. And not for salvation. Wherever they go, they destroy the libraries and all manner of learning. Will you submit like slaves? This is what Muhammad is saying. When you submit like slaves to have them destroy you, is there no Arabian blood in your veins? 18. When asked to state the Mohammedan doctrines, he said, to tell no lies, to not commit fornication, to preserve the ceremonies, to give freely to the poor, to observe the sacred days, to not aggress, but to war for the innocent, and oppressed, and to maintain the liberty of the people, to not steal and to deceive no man. Muhammad, being under the inspiration of God, Gabriel and his angels, collected together thousands and tens of thousands of warriors and went forth to conquer. See, blood. And the angel host of Gabriel went forth with Muhammad's army and inspired them to such a degree that they were without fear or hesitation. And Jibril's host of angels went into the armies that fought against Muhammad and inspired them with fear, cowardice, and panic. It came to pass that wherever Muhammad went, there was sure victory, the like of which had not been for many centuries. Now, Lu among the false Christ had previously destroyed, for the most part, the Alexandrian library, having inspired a mortal priest, Cotulus, to do the work. All right, what is the Alexandrian library? Look at this. Immediately after Constantine founded the Christian religion, Christian emissaries were sent to all the Eastern countries to contrive the destruction of ancient records. In the year 390, a large portion of the Alexandrian library was destroyed at the instigation of a Christian priest, Cotulus, but it was rebuilt and stocked. In 640, it was again destroyed and totally at the instigation of 3 Christian monks to keep it from falling into the hands of the Arabs, Mohammedans. The Caliph was urged to have the destruction stopped, but he said, if the writings of the Greeks agree with the books of God, they are useless and not worth preserving. If they disagree, they are pernicious and ought to be destroyed. In this, we see how spirits rule over mortals. Verse 22. Now, Lu among, now perceiving the triumph of Muhammad, inspired 300 monks and priests to go throughout Greece and Africa and destroy the ancient state records and libraries, which they did, accomplishing the destruction. You ever wonder why the great libraries go forth and they end up getting burned, like the library in Alexandria? You know what I mean? That was a world-renowned library. So who inspired the burning of it? Now you're learning. You know what I mean? These spirits were at war with one another who used to be cool. And in order for them to gain a certain foothold, certain histories have to be destroyed. Dang. Look at this. Muhammad was shown this by Gabriel or Jibril, and he used it as a battle cry for his soldiers. Lu among now declared war in heaven against the false god Gabriel, and in not many years, they both carried their war down to earth. Now you know, like who's inspiring the Christian crusaders in Islam to go at each other? Who's inspiring the Jews and the Palestinians to go at each other? Right? You're learning the puppet masters today. And in not many years, they both carried their war down to earth, contending for certain localities on the earth. As for the other 2 false gods, Kabbalistes, alias Buddha. Yeah, see, we on them too. And Enochisa, alias Brahma. They had been at war against each other for over 600 years. You dig? Bloody deities, number 7. And number 8, Kabbalistes, alias Buddha the False. Enochisa, alias Brahma, the false. Ooh-wee. God's book of Esdras, chapter 51, headshot. The wars between the 4 false gods, Lu among, Thoth, which is Allah. So Christ, Allah, the false Buddha, and the false Brahma lasted for over 500 years. And then they came to terms and ratified a division of the earth and her heavens into 4 great parts with fixed boundaries. And they stipulated that the spirits of all mortals at the time of death should go to that heaven which reigned over the portion of the earth where they had lived, unless that spirit was carried away by God, son of the creator of paradise. God's book of Esdras, chapter 54. Now, as to you, Kabbalistes, so we hitting all the gods, all of them. Who you talking about? You talking about Christ or Christianity? You talking Jesus of the New Testament? You talking Yahweh of the New Testament? You talking about the God, the Canaanite gods? Now we dealing with the Buddha the false and Brahma the false. Everybody getting hit. It's false. Look, it's bloody deities and gods all over this earth. CGG, created gang, come out and expose all of it. It's bloody deities hiding everywhere that you giving your devotion to. You died worshiping or being devoted to that God, you go to his kingdom and be a slave until his kingdom fall, and y'all get thrown into some hell knots, and then we got to come on through and get y'all together, and we right back at square one. We could have handled this when we was living. Y'all getting some understanding? Go ahead and throw a vortex up in the chat, man. I'm feeling marvelous. Feeling marvelous. We're getting some understanding. We're gonna get some understanding. All about the understanding. That's it. Now let's get on Buddha and Brahma and all them too. I thought they was gonna escape on. Hey man, who was Lil Carl? He's stalking me. That better not be him for real. That's crazy. Now, as to you, Kabbalichthys, though, you have destroyed 1,000 mortal libraries and put to death 60 million people in order to establish yourself as Buddha. Y'all, we not talking about, righteous men that live and handle their business and got the light of the Creator on them. We talking about false gods that take up the names of these men and change doctrines, and you look up and it's just a big mess everywhere. Said this cat right here, this false god who took on the name Buddha, had put to death 60 million people. You thought Adolf Hitler was something. This cat knocked 60 million to establish himself as a god, a false god. And put to death 60 million people in order to establish yourself as Buddha. Still, you have steadily declined in grade, and your kingdom's with you. You have fashioned many sacred cities and framed many tales as to who you were in mortal life. You have falsely called yourself Buddha. And doubly false, you have taken the name Sakyamuni. You have tortured to death millions of mortals who rejected you. And when my heavenly ships rescued their distracted and chaotic spirits, you wantonly connived with your drudges, demons, to despoil my ships and cast these helpless spirits into darkness. You have done these things for past times and verity for your fallen heavens. And even so has it been with you, Enochisa. Never had a Lord a fair opportunity in all the earth's heavens to do a good work, a good and great work, than what fell into your hands. You hear this? Never had a Lord a fairer opportunity in all the earth's heavens to do a good and great work than what fell into your hands. But behold, how you have harvested your heavens. 1,000 years ago, your grades were from 40 to 65, and this day, they average only 10. Yeah, your grades fall. Because anything short of righteous work done unto others, you feel me? Whether you are angel or mortal, your grade gonna fall. Because it all becomes about self at this moment. Self. You're selfish. You're self-centered. It's all about you and nobody else. Your grade falling. You ain't doing no righteous work or no great work to lift up others or yourself. 1,000 years ago, your grades was from 40 to 65. And this day, boy, you back in preschool. Dang, look at this. It needs no prophet to foretell that your declension will lead to destruction in the end. It don't take a rocket scientist to figure out, boy, you didn't fail. Look at your grades. Now, lastly, oh, you false gods, you deceivers and hypocrites, you have divided the earth and its heavens between yourselves and reconfederated together for a balance of power. You have also persuaded mortal kingdoms to divide the earth into sections and regions and to clamor for a balance of power between different kingdoms. You have thus caused mortals to provide standing armies to protect themselves, kingdom against kingdom, after the manner you protect your own kingdoms in the heavens. Yeah, but the reason why these countries be strapped to the gills and all that and ready to wipe each other out is because the gods over them run their kingdoms the same way. Yeah, the kingdom with the less weapons is the strongest in the eyes of the Creator, the strongest and the most righteous. The more soldiers you have, the weaker you are in the eyes of the Creator. Ain't that something? Here you go bragging about America's military. Y'all don't even know America is below the grades. Below the grades. And don't forget, she committed nuclear warfare already. She dropped bombs on Hiroshima and knocked your socks off. Killed almost 400,000 people in 2 days. Yeah, she below the grades. Look at this. Christians against Christians. Oh, really? Brahmins against Brahmins. Buddhists against Buddhists. Mohammedans against Mohammedans. Yet all of these four you have also arrayed against one another. The very likeness of your heavens you have built on the earth. You have inspired mortals to keep as standing armies 40 million soldiers. Huh? You have inspired mortals to build military schools, West Point, and colleges where the young may be trained in the art of war and destruction. All in the name of your God. These are religious wars. That's what's going on. Look at it. You have inspired mortals to build monuments to their generals and captains. General Albert Pike, huh? Because of their courage to destroy. You have inspired the wickedest of mortals. You have inspired the wickedest of mortals to believe that if they would read your sacred books and call on your names, you would surely save them. And after death, take them to the highest of heavens. And yet, when they die, your hosts are not there to receive them. And when they call out for you, your emissaries kick them and beat them. And they return with vengeance to afflict mortals. God said, in the name of Jehovah, how can I find an excuse for your behavior? When my angels taught man how to make a capstan, a screw, a telescope, and a compass, behold, your emissaries, you false gods, you religious gods, inspire my chosen to be tortured or put to death. So go back and look at all the famous scientists who have been killed by their contemporaries. Now you know that was biblical God, that was Islam's God, that was the false Buddha and the false Brahma, the four heads of the beast. So whenever a society under these gods were looking to have some type of technological advancement, the false gods inspired those over the government to kill them. Because the Creator's angels are inspiring man to be progressive, to be better than he was the day before, to be better in this generation than the generation before. It's all progression dealing with the Creator. But look what the false gods do. The false gods burn your libraries, burn your books, deny your training, keep you as a slave, got you worming on your belly. When my angels taught man how to make a capstan, a screw, these are things you need. A telescope, and a compass. Behold, your emissaries inspired my chosen to be tortured or put to death. When my angels inspired man to comprehend and announce the glory of the stars and planets. You put my chosen to death. Go look up the famous scientists, y'all. That all been put to death since like medieval times. It'll blow your mind. False gods at work, even dealing with inventions and progressing man. It's a war in that. You're killing this man for. He just invented the telescope. What is you killing this man for? He just invented the screw. What is you killing this man for? When my angels inspired man to comprehend and announce the glory of the stars and planets, you put my chosen to death. Through your vindictive angels against Creator, these things were accomplished. Yeah, judgment on the false gods, man. Look at this. Verse 4. When my angels, and this is for all you flat power. When my angels taught man by inspiration that the earth was round instead of flat, you sent spirits of darkness to inspire the death of my philosophers. So now we know the whole spirit behind that whole flat earth movement. It's a spirit of darkness. It ain't that you can objectively look at. You can't look at no celestial body and come back with the understanding that what you is on is flat. Creator saying, look, my angels taught man through inspiration that the earth was round and not flat. You hear everybody around talking about flat power right now and swear that they walking around on a flat earth. Because in truth, my inspiration did not agree with the sacred books which you compounded for your own glory. Makes sense, huh? Because the Bible does lean more to the fact that the earth is flat. But because the inspiration of Jah don't agree with what's in the book, you feel me? You'll kill those that's inspired by the Creator, do something to try to shut them down. When my angels taught man by inspiration that the earth was round instead of flat, you sent spirits of darkness to inspire the death of my philosophers, because in truth, my inspiration did not agree with the sacred books, which you compounded for your own glory. Yes, you palmed off your compilations from other false gods as being the creators, and you played upon the honest innocence of man's understanding, contrary to the will of the Almighty. You have held your sacred books up and said, here is the ultimate. Beyond this, no man shall go. And you knew. That's what the Creator's telling you. And you knew all the while. Look what he said. Look what he's saying to the false gods, because y'all got enough training to know this. And you knew all the while that any fixed revelation could not be true, because all the universe is in constant progress. Bang, drop, boy. You already know no fixed revelation is true. Everything is moving onward and upward. Everything. So it shouldn't be a wonder in these days when we be bringing light that doesn't agree with what you got written down. We know you Negroes can read. We know you lick your fingers and try to flip the Bible pages and find you another precept. But if we get to the nuts and bolts of this thing, you're really mad because what we're bringing out doesn't agree with what you licking your fingers about and turning your pages for. Yeah, that part. And you knew all the while that any fixed revelation could not be true, because all the universe is in constant progress. You have held up your own sacred books and said, here are rules and a sure guide to reach the all highest heavens, knowing all the while that your heavens, you false gods, were the lowest of the bound heavens of the earth. God, you died. You think you're going to the highest heaven? You going to a heavenly kingdom that's in the lowest heavens. Man, this is crazy, man. Now, behold, the same rules apply to you as to the least of Jehovah's children, which are that whoever sets up a mark with himself as the highest, and he the interpretator of it, is already on the downgrade, is already on the downward grade. You hear that? And it's important we understand that. Same rules apply. Whoever sets up a mark with himself as the highest, as the creator, and he, the interpreter of it. He didn't already failed, Jack. He already failed. Every false god will fall. His kingdom will fall. He gonna be found in chaos. His slaves, when they find out he pump faking, gonna kick his ass, long stomp him, throw him in hell, torment him, and they all gonna be infused into what's called a hell knot. And they there until the Creator decide to go ahead and untie that, get y'all together by sending one of us. And in that day, I'm probably gonna say, I told you niggas, get y'all ass up and come on. We could have handled this hundreds of years ago. Right back to square one. We trying to stop y'all from going there, going to the kingdom of a false god and worming on your belly. And when you finally realize that God is false and his kingdom crack, you're gonna be angry. You're gonna be in torment with him, and eventually, guess what? You're gonna be delivered up out of it. And we right back to where we at today. All you gotta do is get out today. You know what I mean? A lot of people, period, bullheaded. Look at this. And whoever seeks to glorify himself by his kingdoms or by the magnificence of his possessions. Watch out, man. You fancy yourself as being rich and, you know what I mean, basking in glory. Look, watch out. You're already in darkness, don't even know it. Look at this. And whoever seeks to glorify himself by his kingdoms or by the magnificence of his possessions takes a burden upon his shoulders that will, sooner or later, fall upon him and crush him. Yeah, the very bag you run around stacking and getting, if it ain't for, the collective purpose of what we doing, you feel me? If what you doing is trying to stack up a bag so people can understand that you the one with all this and that, guess what you're doing? Huh? You ain't doing nothing but loading up all that weight on your shoulders. Eventually, you're gonna crack. What you bind yourself to, you're bound to on the next side. Yeah, man. We got a lot of work to do, though. That's why with me, it's the gang of nothing. Because I've already been through everything else. It only makes sense. Only makes sense, man. We sure got the blueprint. Look at this. And whoever fortifies himself by armies, whether in the heavens or on the earth, binds himself with them for his ultimate sorrow. And whoever turns away from the Creator and says, I will not go after him, nor any more search to find him, but I will build for myself plans and edifice that will tumble down upon him in time to come. Yeah, you can't get away from the source, man. Can't get away from that. Can't get away from that, man. You did. Look at this. Let's keep going. Now let's get into the doctrine of Yahshua, the real one, the Essene, right? God said, these were my doctrines I taught through Yahshua. Look at this. You should keep the 10 commandments of Moses. You shall not engage in war, nor bet war. So if that's the case, then who is that in Revelations coming back that you supposed to be fighting with? And spilling so much blood, it's supposed to be blood up to the horse's bridle. The Nazarene is saying Yeshua taught against war and bloodshed. You should not engage in war nor bet war. You should not eat no flesh of any animal. You shall eat no flesh of any animal, fish, bird, fowl, or creeping thing that the Creator created alive. You should dwell in families in the manner of the ancient Israelites salute. We held all things in common, created gang. That's what we doing. We working on the land and, you know what I mean, bringing all our possessions and everything together. So, you know what I mean, we can live as an organic body of faiths. Because the way you live on this earth, communally speaking, that's how we're going to be living in the heavens. That's how the angels live. They mob deep. They ain't one of them running around like I'm the richest and all that. They all communal. You know what I mean? They need something, they build it. You know what I mean? They highly trained in advance. They get it done, but it's all together. You see? And this is what Yahshua the Nazarene is saying taught. You should dwell in families in the manner of the ancient Israelites who held all things in common. You shall have no king or queen, nor bow down and worship to any except your creator. See? See, the real Yahshua wasn't telling you to bow to him, to pray to him. Nah, he came to teach what the creator told him to teach. You feel me? And all those that are wise would follow that light. That's it. But that's your brother. That's not your father. That's not your maker. That's your brother. You know what I'm saying? Salute the real ones, man. They ain't got nothing but love for the real. Like they stood on business. But your brother is not your father. You know what I mean? Clear that right on up. Your brother is not your father. The real Yahshua is not your father or your God. You know what I mean? You're not your creator. That's your brother. And he stood on business. You know what I mean? Watch this. So you shall have no king or queen or bow and worship to any except your creator. You should not call on the name of angels to worship them. There it is. You should not call on the name of angels to worship them, nor to counsel with them on the affairs of earth. So you shouldn't be asking, even in your spiritual communions. So you can call on, the angels in the spirit, but you ain't supposed to worship them. No worship. Right? And you ain't supposed to be asking what's the Powerball numbers. Look at this right here. You should love your neighbor as yourself, even including John Newby. That's right. That's right, Sister Tabitha. Absolutely. Absolutely. Easy word. Now look at this. You should love your neighbors yourself and do to your fellow man as you would have him do to you. Simple. Verse 9, you should return good for evil and pity those who sin. It's been said, an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, but I say return good for evil. If a man hits you on one cheek, turn the other to him also. You're going to go through a lot in this spiritual walk, man. A lot of people want to do certain things to you to get you out your character. You dig? A lot of stuff you got to be willing to overlook, man. Just like that's a little call. He don't know no better. Yeah, that's Polar Rizzo. He don't know no better. Oh, that's Gravel Mouth Ears. He don't know no better. Oh, that's Captain Desor. He don't know. He a mental midget. Him don't know no better. That's turning the other cheek. Sometimes you gotta let Negroes like a little Carl smell their own breath, man. Let him run his mouth until he'll fizzle out quickly. He ain't about nothing. He ain't talking about nothing. You know what I mean? That's what that turning of the cheek is about. It's just like sometimes it's certain people that's talking that's not even worthy to be in the same conversation with you. You feel me? Instead of you little loking them or whatever, just ignore all that and keep it moving. Turn the other cheek, man. You feel me? We got way more bigger fish to fry than somebody named Lil Carl that been at a Puff Daddy party and got his rectum licked. No, we not even about to give you no spin, player. Look at this. The man shall have only one wife. I know niggas probably lost their mind behind that. The man shall have only one wife, and the woman only one husband. As the children honor the father, so will the family be blessed with peace and plenty. You got the blueprint. Look at this. Remember that all things are of the Creator, and you are his servants to help one another. That's what we're supposed to be doing. The angels do. Man is the only species in existence that got to pay to be her. Don't nothing else spend money except you. Except you. You think the angels arguing over what they dang, man, we got to get something done, man. Who gonna fund us? We ain't got the money, man. They ain't spending a dime on nothing. What we need, where we going? Build the road, raise me 10,000 pillars of fire, build me a fire ship, design it to the specs to hold up to 4 million souls. Hey, man, when you're out of here in 30 days flat, let's rock. They go get it done. They're not sitting back waiting to have something in hand to produce something. They just go get it done. You know what I mean? That's what you're doing here. You raising up to perfect yourself. Get them skills together, man. You know what I mean? Because you ain't going to do nothing but continue to add to them when you cross over. You know what I mean? You did? Look at this. Remember that all things are of the Creator and you are his servants to help one another. And as much as you do these services, trip off this, y'all. And as much as you do these services to one another, so do you serve the Creator. Ball game right there, boy. See? Well, how do you know you're serving the Creator, Malaki? It's simple. You know you're in service to the Creator by the righteous service you do unto His creation. And as much as you do these services to one another, so do you serve the Creator. God's book of Esther, chapter 44, verse 15, the doctrine of Yahshua. Behold only the virtues and wisdom in your neighbor. His faults you shall not discover. My bad, LaCarl. Forgive me, LaCarl. I'm one of the master teachers of light, man, from 2,000 years ago. Said I'm only supposed to behold the virtue and wisdom in you, brother. You know, I ain't supposed to discover. Well, I didn't discover you getting your ass licked at a P. Diddy party. You did that one, but you know what I mean. If you feel I expose you for never busting your gun or being known to bodying nothing or teaching nothing that just was so deep that everybody like, ooh, then my bad, but look, Carl, you know what I mean? My bad, but listen to me. You barking up the wrong tree over this way, Jack. You know what I mean? We are light years beyond you. Just telling the truth, my nigga. But you the one that disclosed you was at a P. Diddy party and got your ass licked, boy. You said that. I ain't say it. All right. But you know, that's something to trip off of though, right there, though. It says, behold only the virtues and wisdom in your neighbor, his faults you shall not discover. And even me myself, I can learn from that. It did. I will be better. Believe that. All right. It says his faults you should not discover. Why? His matters are with his creator. So, you know, you got that today, though, too. There's a lot of infidelity going on, a lot of things going on where people ain't as loyal as you thought. You feel me? And you be wanting to jump out there and just, I'm exposing everybody. They can share with everybody. And it's like, you know what I mean? The person ain't going to do nothing but resent you even more. You dig? If we ain't coming up with some type of solution to bring a healing or bring many healings to all these broken brothers and sisters, then us getting on here just trying to expose something, we wasting our time. It ain't no healing coming behind it. It's all broke. So there's something you got to learn. You know what I mean? I got to learn as well. Your matters are with your maker. I'm only talking about the wisdom and virtue. Hey, man, good job, bro. I see what you're doing. That's what's up. You did, regardless of your shortcomings, because we all got them when you done talking. All of us. Right? Look at this. Do not call on the name of any God or Lord in worship, but worship Jehovah only. See? If you worship any God currently, or have worshiped any God in the past, you currently or in the past was in service to an angel pump faking like it's the creator or God. Yeah. Yeah. Why? Do not call on the name of any God or Lord in worship, but worship the creator only. This is what Yahshua taught. See, so that's how we can tell y'all, yeah, we rock with Yahshua. Y'all don't even know what we talking about. Like, dang, well, hold on. You lick your fingers and go over to the Bible. Well, he ate fish. And you like, bro, we so past that. I can show you in all the, he didn't eat fish. Show you in all the higher vibrational teachings. That's false. You know what I mean? Look at this. And when you pray, let it be in this manner. Jehovah, who rules in heaven and earth, hallowed be your name, and reverend among men. Sufficient for me is my daily bread. And as much as I forgive those who trespass against me, so forgive me. And make me steadfast to shun temptation, straight up. For all honor and glory are yours, worlds without end. Amen. To visit the sick and distressed, the helpless and blind, and to relieve them, to provide for the widow and orphan, and keep yourself unspotted before men. These are the way of redemption. These are the way of redemption. Y'all hear this? See that? Why speaks practical? Now you know the ways of redemption, and you know what it means to be a servant of the Creator. See that? You shall take no part in governments of men. You shall take no part in the governments of men. So we faithers ain't politicians, but observe the will of the Creator, being obedient to all governments for its sake. Yeah, we ain't trying to overthrow nothing. Nor are we trying to get in there and reform it. We don't want to reform your government or overthrow it. Look at this. All men are the children of one Father, who is Jehovah, the Creator, and whoever chooses him and keeps his commandments is his chosen. So see, we can no longer brag Israel. It's just us, nana bobo. It's just us, folk tribal. Shout out to the 12 tribes, man. Y'all know I'm from that side of the track, so you dig. But nah, man, the Creator is not exclusive just to Israel, man. All men are the children of one Father. That makes sense. And whoever chooses him is chosen. Whoever chooses him and keeps his commands is his chosen, man. Salute. When I call you brother or sister, I mean that. Salute. Look at this. To preserve the seed of the chosen, you shall only wear with the chosen. Look at it. Do not contend with any man for opinion's sake, nor for any earthly thing. What you fighting with somebody over who the best basketball player is. Or for any earthly thing. And let your speech be for others' joy. Or do not open your mouth if your words will give pain. That's something we got to learn, man. Me too. Me too. If I'm talking, it's supposed to be some joy being dished out. You know what I mean? A lot of times, even when we joning and we laughing, a lot of times those things come from a place of darkness, a place of pain. And we want others to feel our pain, even though we laughing about it. You know what I mean? There ain't nobody joning on you that's hoping to build you up. All that's to tear you down. You see? That's something that got to be learned. And again, you dig? I ain't excluding myself. Therefore, be considerate with your speech, teaching others by gentleness and love to be respectful toward all men. Preserve the sacred days of the Rabbahs and the rites and ceremonies of the Emethakava. For 3 years, Joshua traveled among the Israelites, preaching and restoring the ancient doctrines. And there were gathered in groups of 10s, 20s, 50s, more than 2,000 Israelites of the ancient order of Moshe, who became steadfast followers of the teachings of Joshua. Joshua had like 2,000 disciples around this deal. But because of persecution by the apostate Jews, really? They kept themselves aloof from the world, having signs and passwords by which they knew one another. So the faithists came up with the hand signs and all that. And when you read certain parts of WASP, all the angels throw they set up. They all stack it. They're answering in the name of Jehovah, or in the name of, you know what I mean, or different signs they throw with their hands. You know, this day is mudras. You know, your fraternities and sororities throw it up. The gangsters, they call it stacking when they throw it. It's crazy. The angels in the heavens actually do this. They announce themselves with hand signs. You know what I mean? And the faithers who were inspired by the high angels of heaven came up with hand signs and passwords amongst themselves. These type of things later got introduced and passed on into secret societies, masonry, and people think it's all evil and all that. But no, it was a time when the real ones was being persecuted, and we had to come up with a system in order to know how to, answer one another. You dig? Look at this. First, the god Baal, and after him, Thoth, which is Allah, inspired the kings and rulers against these faithers. And they proved them by commanding them to eat flesh, even swine's flesh, which if they refused was sufficient testimony under the laws to convict them of being enemies against the gods. Look at that. So when we come around talking about we eat flesh and everybody get to salivating at the mouth, we already know what's causing the salivate. We already know who's inspiring you. Look how you acted. So they were scourged and put to death whenever found. Now it came to pass that Joshua went into Jerusalem to preach And then not many days after that, he was accused of preaching the Creator. And he was arrested. And while being carried to prison, he said, "You are hypocrites and blasphemers. You practice none of the commandments, but all the evils of Satan. Behold, the temple shall be split in two. You shall become vagabonds on the earth." At that, the multitude cast stones upon him and killed him. And Jehovah sent a chariot of fire and bore his soul to paradise. Oh, wait, oh, wait, oh, wait. Oh, wait, oh, wait, oh, wait. Oh, wait, oh, wait, oh, wait. Oh, wait. Y'all see the title, man. Macabee presents the Creator or a bloody deity. Does your God require animal and human blood, man? They had to come on and chop it up with the fam for a minute. We've been on about 4 hours. Let me go ahead and throw this in the chat. If anybody want to hop on real quick, I'll probably stay on for like another 30 minutes if conversation gets started. And then I'm going to slide off too. If anybody want to come in and share that with the fam, man. Y'all got some understanding. Go ahead and throw us some nines up in the chat. Y'all know. Blessed up, gang in this thing. We got everybody's attention right now. Y'all already know. Got everybody's attention. So class is in session. What you mean? Class is in session. Everybody's attention, we got it. Class is in session. It's all good. You feel me? So yeah, man. All the deities, it's either the Creator or a bloody deity, a god of blood. You feel me? We touched the gang of them today, man. Gang of these different gods and deities and all that. Everybody looking like they got some understanding. That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. We all good. Oh, wait. Anybody got any questions or anything? Anybody got any questions? See y'all in the building, man. I see all types of nines. Yep. It ain't nothing but to go back and slow roll it, though, y'all. Go back and slow roll that deal. Easy work. Easy work. Real niggas. Real niggas. Added to the stage. Peace to the righteous God. What's the word out?
Hey, shalom.
Shalom. Who we got up in the chat? What's going down?
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. I was making sure I turned off the live stream. It kept echoing. Hey, I wanted to add something to you. I appreciate this lesson because these are really, really powerful. I wanted to show you something. I don't know if you ever used it as far as this talking about the bloody God. 2 Samuel chapter 21. You familiar with the story off the top of your head, or do you want me to read through it?
Absolutely. Look, go ahead, but look, you can read it too. I'm gonna pull it up for you.
Oh yeah, that thing. When I read through it, because when you read through it without knowing this, you don't think about it. But when you learn this stuff, then you reread through that mug. He accepted a human sacrifice to relieve the land of the famine.
Yeah.
And I try to.
It's like the one in Judges with Jephthah. With Jephthah's daughter.
Right. I was like, man, there's so many examples when you learn, when you get rid of the cognitive dissonance, and you start reading with an open mind, you saw all through the scripture. Like, God, how many times am I gonna see human sacrifices being accepted?
It's crazy, ain't it, bro? It's like, man, hold on, man. Here, let me pull it up real quick. 2 Samuel 21.
2 Samuel 21, yeah.
All right, let's pull it up real quick.
2 Samuel, let me make sure. Yeah, 2 Samuel 21, yeah.
The Gibeonite revenge. What verses you want to go to? All right, there we go. Can you see that?
Yeah. So like it lets you know, it says there's a famine in the land. He says, why is it? It's because of the bloody house of Saul. And then if you jump down, it talks about the Gibeonites. If you go down to the last, I was trying to scroll down to it, but I don't know if you can hear me when I get off the screen, because I was going to jump over to my Bible.
Yeah, I can hear you right now.
Okay, I'll just keep strolling. It shows when he accepts the sacrifice. Well, the Gibeonites come and say they want the young men of Saul's house, and David hands over, I think 7 men, I believe it is.
Mm-hmm.
And down at the, let me find it real quick because I got it in my notes because I've been going through finding these things in the Bible and making notes of them.
The bones of Saul and Jonathan. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he returns them. I think that's afterwards.
Okay.
It came to pass after there was again a battle. So go back up to I think 12.
Okay, got you.
Let's see. And David went in. Yeah, here. Oh no, that's 12. He took them Saul and the bones, Jonathan. So a little bit higher. That's when the concubine is crying after they killed him, I believe, and it told her Rizpah, the daughter of it, concubine. Okay, yeah. So go back a little bit higher.
Okay.
Give it nice. They hang. Yeah, here it is. So verse 9. And he delivered them into the hands of the Gibeonites, and they hanged them in the hill before the Lord. And they fell all 7 together and were put to death in the day of the harvest, in the first day of the beginning of the barley harvest. Now, that's 9 letting know who they offered them to. And then I think there's a verse down below where it says, and the Lord redeemed the land because he had done that. Let me see, in the heavens suffer neither the birds and the air rest in the day, beasts to fill the night. So that's when she's trying to keep the birds in the air, trying from attacking the dead bodies. 10.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
I hang them. David went and took the bones of Saul and the bones of Jonathan, son of Bisham, street of Bisham, where the Philistines had hanged them. When the Philistines had slain Saul and Gilboa.
Yeah, that was that battle where David, where the guy, he fell on the sword and brought him, where they took him and hung him up, and they were supposed to go collect him. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, hold on. I'm about to trying to.
Yeah, man. Yeah, human sacrifice. You know what I mean? It ain't just the who you would call, Molech and all them, man. Look, it's examples in the Bible where Yahweh is accepting human sacrifices. You know what I mean? So you gotta know the difference between the character of the Creator, man, and these bloody deities. And I found it quite interesting that, hey, all right, that's who you praying to, that's who you worship, that's who kingdom you go to. That's who kingdom you going to, you know what I mean? As a slave worming on your belly. You dig? Should buy me all good, family. All good. Just me say you be cooking, bro. Hey, all praise to the Creator. Y'all know what time it is, man. We ain't playing no games out here. We ain't playing no games out here.
Sorry about that. Check out. It's in verse 14.
14. Okay, got you.
Yeah.
Got you, bro. Go down to 14. And the bones of Saul and Jonathan, his son, buried they in the country of Benjamin and Zelah, in the sepulchre of Kish, his father. And they performed all that the king commanded. And after that, God was entreated for the land. Dang.
So, and when you read the whole context of it, there's a famine in the land.
Right.
And he tells David, this is why the famine is, because of the bloody house of Saul. He killed the Gibeonites. Now, that's not documented in the Bible. That the Gibeonites were killed by Saul, but okay, people will say, well, because the word says it, so therefore it is, whatever. And then, he tells them what to do. The Gibeonites come and ask for these bodies, these people.
Yeah.
He kills them, and then as a result, the people kill them, hang them up before the Lord, and then as because of that, they entreat me. He heals the land and removes the famine.
So he accepted the slaughtering of these Gibeonites.
Well, right. He accepted the slaughter of the sons of Saul.
Yeah, my bad. The sons of Saul he accepted and was entreated for the land. You know what I mean? David had to go get the bones and all that. That's crazy, man.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like I read that, like in this light, you read that, it's like, golly, this is crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I try to explain that to people now, they justify, they ignore it, so that's irrelevant. Oh, it's because of the bloody house of Saul. It's like, well, one guy gave a good example of when Saul killed when he hired the Edomite to kill the priest. Now it doesn't say they were Gibeonites, but if you go back to Joshua, when the Gibeonites lied to the Israelites and made that covenant with them, they pretty much were in the roles of priest.
Right.
So a guy made a good example of saying that's what the Gibeonites were. So when Saul hired the Edomite to kill those priests because he was looking for David, I forgot what that is. I think that's like in Psalms 111 or something. I gotta look for it. But he made a good point to argue that, but it still doesn't change the fact that it shows the God of Israel accepting, those people's bodies as an offering to redeem the land of a famine.
Yeah, man, you can't get around it.
Yeah,
you can't get around it. Or to pacify his anger.
No, to pacify his anger. Yeah, I'm saying
in order to calm him down, he needs some blood.
He needed it.
And a chopped off head.
Yeah, man. Like I love these messages because it's like when you look at this book with an open, when you look at it, like as much as you know about the scripture, you reread it with this mind, and it's like, God, you find all this stuff.
You be like, hey, bro, I'll be like, now how in the hell did I miss that before?
How? I read this book
read it plenty of times.
That's what I'm saying.
I didn't have, I guess I did. I wasn't looking at it with the proper lens or something. Because now I'll be reading, I'll be like, damn.
I was like,
right there too. We really was up under a God spell, bro.
Yeah. I have an old Bible, like it was my first Bible that my mom gave me. I was so shook. I was like, let me go look at the old Bible because maybe they ain't changed some words or something. So I got pick up the old Bible and say, that's the same thing. This book is the Bible. The old Bible I got like 1985 or something. My mama bought it for me, and I just go look at it, and it's like, yeah,
same thing, ain't it, bro?
Same thing. It's a King James Bible, and the words ain't no different. It's the same thing, and it's like that lets you know, like when you blinded by the I love the phrase the God spell. When you blinded by it, you cannot see this. I don't care what. You can argue with a person up and down for 5 hours. They cannot see the words on that page. I don't care what you tell them.
Yeah. And it's really like looking at it through the wrong type of lens. When you look at it through the proper lens, it all open up for you. You be like, hold on, man.
Yeah.
We gotta go. We gotta spin the block again and go revisit that. Dang.
Got to, man. I praise the creator because they're like, this is craziness. And I was like, this is real. You really can't see it. So that's why I ain't too mad at the people who can't see it, because I'm looking at them. I'm looking at their eyes. And they're really searching, trying to see the words on this page that I see. And I know I'm not crazy because I know you see them. And I know many other people who are talking about this can see them. So I'm like, I'm not crazy.
Nah. It ain't none of that. But again, man, when Selah started talking about the God spell, he started talking about, said, man, you know what? That's spot on. That's spot on, bro, because there's no way we all reading the same thing and we not seeing this. Like, you can't, all right, so look, you can't read the phone book and get a different number.
Right.
Why are we all getting different messages?
Yeah, man. That message, matter of fact, I'm going back and re-listen to the gospel thing, because that, like, I listened to it when he did it, but that right there with the human sacrifice, the God spell, these messages with the exposing the false deities, going into all the different names about Paul. This stuff is some high level spiritual destruction, like just bringing real deal damage to the kingdom of the enemy. And it's like, well, this is powerful. So I really appreciate the depth of study, because it's been making me see things that, like, I mean, like, I love it because, like, I'll see things that haven't even been brought up before.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and it goes to be like, dang, what else am I gonna run across?
That's what I'm saying. Well, I started rereading from Genesis again. I said, let me go through this mug from cover to cover again.
Yeah, let me try to figure out what the hell is going on, man. Don't change the Bible. Look, I was thinking about this earlier. I said, man, I should start a whole movement. Look, don't come out with another version of the Bible, period. Leave everything the way it is.
Leave it the way it is. I want to see it.
Yeah, I want to see what the hell going on, man. It's starting to piss me off.
Hey, what's crazy is probably early 2000s. I remember looking. I hope you may have experienced this. They used to say that the name Jesus was the name of one other person in the Bible, in the old Bible tools. And then now they have it as there's a name in like Zechariah, his name is Joshua. Then you have Joshua, obviously. So they updated the definition of the name Jesus.
Yeah.
In the current Strong's Concordance.
Yep. Facts.
So most people aren't even familiar with that. It's like, and I wish I had taken. I didn't know back then to take a screenshot of it because I don't even think I had a phone. I think I was looking at it online.
Yeah.
So, but still, a little thing like that. I wish I could find an old Strong's Concordance that it should have like the name of one other person, and that was they were referring to I think Jesus and Zechariah or something like that. But yeah, so I ain't gonna get too far off the point, but that I love this kind of stuff. It's opening up my mind. So
yeah, man, that's what it's about, bro, and that's what we doing. We just presenting. I mean, we jump out there and do the debates just to be, just let everybody know we not playing, but we really just rather bring out presentations and slow it down so people really see like, hey, no, bro, like we just sat through a 4-hour class, bro, man. hey, the biblical God do accept human blood and animal blood, both of them.
Hey, man. And that day, any argument against it is just craziness. It's like you do realize I just read the same verse you just read, right?
Yeah, exactly. And how you gonna get around Jesus? We all talk about he's the sacrifice. Well, that's a human sacrifice, genius.
No, it's not. What? And that's when I know the argument. The argument's over. Like I don't know. You know who Dr. Brown is? You know who Dr. Brown is? I think you mentioned him before.
Yeah.
This guy said that they just took like you hear a person give an answer and they think that answer is deep and it's like that answer sounds crazy.
Yeah.
Like what? And like that's why I say it's kind of hard to argue with people because they literally cannot. Like when I was watching the Tazariak argument, it's like you do what? And you listening to the person talking like yeah, it is. It's kind of like arguing with a child.
Yeah.
And you try not to be disrespectful. We're just like okay. Ain't no point in me arguing. I'm just gonna stick my presentation and finish this mug.
And see, I ain't trying to force it anyway, but once the seed get planted, eventually you got to readdress that in your own mind and say, you know
got
what?
to.
Bruh did bring that out a long time ago. Let me go look at it. And when you decide to finally sit down and look at it and the increase come, hey, you welcome. All praise to the Creator. That's it.
All praises.
You know what I mean?
You gotta take that because you cannot. I tell folks the only way you can justify this is through illogic. You gotta be illogical. You have to ignore reason. You have to ignore the sun rising.
Yeah.
You're looking at trees. I argue with one guy. I say, you do realize the soil is different than dirt. He's like, no, it's not. I was like, wait a minute. There's a literal definition. They're like trees grow in soil. Dust. Like, I mean, you go through logical. You try to go through logical reason and trying to see how a person reasons. So are they logical? And you find out a lot of people are illogical, or they choose to be illogical because you to a certain degree this can shatter somebody's whole foundation. So some people told me you got to be careful when you're even communicating this stuff. So I keep it to myself a little bit and I just have conversation to see what people are. Then I just kind of lay out some things and see if they're willing to even research it. But yeah, but thanks, man. I don't want to hold you up. I know you've been on this more 4 hours, so
it's all good, man. I'm glad you jumped on, chopped it up with the people. I'm about to get up out of here too, man.
Yeah.
Over 4 hours. I'm about to hang with these short leggers for a minute.
Right.
Y'all swing back through and rewatch that, man. We documented very well. Hey, these bloody deities are everywhere, and it's either the creator of all creation, or we are dealing with a deity of blood. You feel me? And we owe it to ourselves to know who and what we in service to. You feel me? So until the next time, family, love and light. I'll catch y'all later. I'm pretty sure one of the brothers or sisters will be live tomorrow or later on tonight. I'm right back on. Let's get it. All right, bro. Love and light to you, YAH'KI.
All right. Love and light to you too, bro.
All right, bro. Catch you next time.
Yeah.
All right, peace.
Peace.